here. We're doing, of course, Hearts of Iron. We'll be making an episode shortly, but welcome everyone who's showing up now. Or will be. Give people a bit of a chance to, like, arrive. And Toy Jet's here. Well, how you doing, Toy Jet? I thought you and Eric might be busy doing things, but good to have you here. How do we... Let's see, we're trying to impress Czechoslovakia. Ah, Eric's with you. Cool. Well, let's send them over here. Hello, Demon. How are you today, Demon? Scary name? Wow, the big screen. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Right, okay. All right, I think we're ready to start making episodes and letting the clock roll on this. Well, maybe we should see about some doctrines here. Well, we could do that once we get the thing going. Well, I'm doing very fine, Demon. When the demon asks you how you're doing, you say, I'm doing very fine, and no, I am not selling my soul to you. Sorry, not today. I would rather not be a success on YouTube and keep my soul. Yes, 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 yes. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough, and look at the World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron 4. Now, this is basically a total conversion. Still keep actually making it more historical than the base game, and I like that. Not that everyone needs to like it, I just do. Right, and we have both some bonuses here, it looks like, to get some of this stuff done. Okay, unlock that, and now here, this is combined warfare, frontal tanks. We're getting reduction from Oberkommando des Heers, Heinz Guderian, but we're also getting reduction from bonuses Achtung Panzer. Virtually, that's just getting us down there. Now, which do we, well, maybe we sometimes should look down here. Tank logistics, raid infantry. Okay, this is basically an organization bonus. This is tank, supply use down, organization up, line assault artillery and line infantry support, supply use down. Recovery rate, organization, Organization loss when moving is down. That's good. I think we're going to do this. And follow along with that. Okay, that's gotten rid of all of those bonuses there. Frontal tanks. Yeah, I went with the other one. Yeah, the hard and soft attack bonuses were really good, but it reduced breakthrough, I notice here, so I don't know. Now, unlock with at least 2 branches. Okay, so here we can come here and grab up CI3, which will help various formations here. Now, I'm surprised because, yeah, why this is not now doable. It was doable until I clicked that one. Tier 2 Doctrine becomes unlocked after at least 2 branches of Tier 1 Doctrine are finished. It looks like I've finished infantry. It looks like I've finished tanks. Country-specific deep battle doctrine. Overwhelming firepower. British professionalism. Is this a Bushido? But I can research these. These look like it's a looks like it's a flaw. Shouldn't be able to do that, I think. Or maybe that's changing it off of Germany? Some things I just don't get. I understand that. And some things I'm questioning here. I still don't understand why I can't get these. Sherpa Cough Group, those are obviously Germany's main push here. Okay, well. Defense and depth versus elastic defense. I would think this would be Germany. Okay. I guess that's just because the bonuses went away, so these are all now removed. I think that was a flaw over here because this is what because it says country specific, and I get that. But this sort of looks like 2 branches are finished than this. Or maybe they think we need to do here as well. It's not a flaw, it's just game limitations. They have to be there if they're only supposed to be country specific. Okay, well. So do we want to do integrated support? Artillery support and line soft attack plus 10. Enables breakthrough and blitz. This also enables breakthrough and blitz, but recovery rate and defense. I want to go integrated support because I like its capabilities better. Well, there we go. Okay. There we go. We like that. Now, I know we haven't, well, actually, you know, I'm going to wait a little bit because we got a few more. Well, the other thing I want to do is, no, we are catching up with production. So look over here at production. We are producing, or we go over to like ×5 instead of opening a new line. For rifles, almost 50 a day. Machine guns, support equipment. Now, it's fine to overproduce something like support equipment early on. Not suggest, well, in a way, yes, I am suggesting to have a good reserve of things like support equipment, infantry weapons, artillery, things like that. Keep your units more fully equipped is definitely a benefit over any sort of negative. Now, but if you are a bit out of balance, shall we say, that's maybe what I'm referring more to, is like you have twice as much support equipment as you need in comparison to rifles or something. Well, fine. You just later on cut back on creating support equipment and shift over to rifles. And we probably are. We had been at a massive deficit of support equipment. Now we're almost have the same amount of bonuses. So what I'm going to do here is get rid of a full production line, or full production set of 5, and go over here and basically move that over to rifles to have hopefully a better balance, and which will allow me to okay, there we go. Infantry division. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, one thing, this has a lot of artillery in here, but doesn't have that. Now we could do that, and we need more. So, and I knew that. So we're not going to do that just yet. So but we are going to do is train. Let's get 3 training up here. Set location somewhere sort of in the east. There we go. Now hopefully our production lines will be able to keep up with as we continue to expand them and actually overtake our training schedule. And hello, Geonosis. How you doing? Yeah, this mod, I'm really liking the mod. It's been a long time since I've touched Black Ice. In fact, it's been since before railways were introduced with Black Ice, and my rage quit, if you remember, those that have been around, was Russian supply effects, which I effing hope they are 100% removed in Black Ice. I really hope that. Where before I was asking for a mitigation, but now that we actually have proper supply dealing with both, you know, railway supply to supply, you know, supply depots or hubs, whatever you want to call them, and then the general infrastructure following on from there, you no longer need specialized supply mode for anything in Russia. Now, you can have weather effects, winter, you know, deep snow, or, you know, Rasputin or Rasputi or whatever, the, you know, the mud season. I saw some recent videos in Ukraine. and so you can have, weather effects in certain regions that happen certain times of the year that affect supply, including, monsoons down in here that shut down a lot of operations. So you can definitely have weather effects, but you should no longer have special effects for Russia. It's just now comes down to levels of infrastructure, whether it should be raised or lowered in a particular region for Russia, or anything else, because it's no longer anything special about Russia with with railways and whatnot added. How's combat with this mod? It's always been my issue with HOI IV versus industry and statecraft. Well, now, if you're talking about the AI element of combat, it's still fair at best, but I did recently, I lost a panzer division in Spain. I literally pushed into here, pushed to here, and this was open. I pushed down, and Franco, who's commanding, obviously, or whoever, the different generals here, commanding the Spanish nationalists, did not follow in quickly enough, and I got my panzer division cut off and destroyed. And for some reason, because this area has foreign claims on it, the AI is, and this is just, I've noticed really with this mod, is wanting to guard that bit of coast, which I think is odd. And hello, Arno. Did I already say that? I'm not sure. Getting distracted here. So the AI is doing fair, but that's not maybe terrible. It's just that for actual way the combat works, I don't know. Well, see, I've only so far with this mod and this version of HOI IV. And this is as far as I've gotten into it. Oh, and we want to come up here. Now, another thing that, again, there's two good ways of doing this. Is either the sort of standard black ice way of developing one of these aircraft, in that you develop modules so that you can say, oh, well, hey, even though I'm playing as Japan, I don't really care about range. Range of operations are not my primary concern. So yeah, weight does matter on aircraft, but I want to have self-sealing fuel tanks. I want to have, some sort of armor kit for the, the pilot of a fighter, that type of thing. Because remember, they were raiding down into the Philippines. I'm not exactly sure if it was all the way to Manila or not. Sorry, I don't remember everything. But they were flying fighters out of Taiwan, flying all the way down, escorting bombers coming out of Taiwan, all the way down to raid the Philippines. And the Americans, because the fighters were showing up, were presuming that there were carriers in the region of some sort. So they may have known the big bombers weren't coming off of carriers, but they had that type of range on them. And there were certain doctrinal expectations of the fighting warfare that the Japanese had, that they thought armor was superfluous, nice to have, but maybe better not to have it, and have higher fighter performance. The problem with that ended up being, because the whole idea that they can be that much faster than the enemy fighters, just adding more weight slows it down. Well, the Americans ended up doing both. Ended up having even a faster fighter and armored one. Just engines got bigger, planes got bigger. Operations always felt clumsy in 4. Yeah, well, I don't... If you're talking about planning operations and, you know, drawing battle lines, I don't do that. The AI muffs all that up. So what I do like is that what they've done here is gone in and whether you think this is, you know, levels of agility, levels of air defense, and all that kind of stuff, they've worked to try to tailor a, you know, a 109 here for Germany, and done that for at least the majors. So I micromanage my games here, for better or for worse. And I like I say, I haven't played recently, but it always seems like whenever I draw battle lines and have panzers pushing down it ends up becoming a broad front. It seems to lose the concentration of forces. Okay, we could do that, but that's going to be a year approximately. That's going to be more than a year, so we might as well wait until 38 because we don't need that today. Those will be nice to have, but I think I want to get some better bombers into production. Oh, you're driving. Let's put you on trains. There we go. Put you on trains. Get you. Which totally wipes out your organization, but get you there faster and hopefully get you grading sooner. Okay, well, I still think my original plan, though I pushed it too fast. Okay, there we go. Let's see if Franco's forces will join in my attack here. There's some decision that I should be looking at. Political power influence gain. We could do that. Try to keep trade with the Dutch, however much that we want to do it. Develop the coastline. Well, add building slots. We could do that. 10 factories, though, for just 60 days, but still 10 factories. How are we for needing... Okay, we're in the green for everything up here. That's good. Return foreign trading staff. Okay. Then this doesn't cost us anything, apparently, which is cool. Completed the Condor Legion. Will gain 50 army experience and one-time cost reduction infantry doctrine. There we go. Send equipment shipments. Okay, so will be 10,000 Gewehr 98s. U.S. oil purchases. Well, I don't think we're going to purchase oil because we're almost filled up on oil or fuel. Yes, there is a lot of flavor. They, or because it is now a they, but Uncharted I've talked to a bit. Do not want to go into the detail flavor that Black Ice does, but just try to, shall we say, hit the essential elements. Bomber evolution, good. Okay, well, again, those who've watched me, let's zoom out. It's getting noisy here. Let's zoom out. Know that I want to focus here and zip through much, at least those that by either condition or time clock would get done first. Steel mills, but I don't think I need steel right now. We will, but see now military factories 35 days, so this increased fatigue by just 2%, but not to worry too much about it, they say. I probably worry more than I should. Computing radar research, establish combined arms. So I sometimes don't necessarily push here as hard as I should. Okay, dockyards, that would be good to get because even though we're not going to be running a huge naval war, all those naval dockyards would help, like sub production and some destroyers. That's like post Spain. West Wall. Got to do that before Anschluss, which is coming soon. Okay, let's start down naval rearmament for 21 days. Rail issues aside, is black ice too? I like black ice. And I'm talking about black ice for Hearts of Iron IV, just clarity here. It could be maybe a bit more detailed than it needs to be, but I don't know that that's a bad thing. That's sort of maybe based upon players. So I don't want to talk people away from it. And I just know the several videos got really high views because I was ranting and raving and whatnot. And I wasn't doing it for dramatic effect. I was going, what the fuck are you doing? Kind of thing. And so it's all sort of, shall we say, I don't know how much frigates I want to do. Truly or more. Oh, wait a minute. What year is this? This is 37 through here. Okay, good. I want to get better submarines going. That was the big thing was the invasion effects. Well, I don't know how much I want to worry about that. I don't know. I've not played it. I really, quite honestly, haven't looked. And for better or for worse, I'm playing this now. When I was last looking at them, which was sometime months ago last year, obviously now, but they hadn't implemented railways into Black Ice yet, into the thing. So I don't know what the state is currently. I really, quite honestly, have not played a good game of Invade the Soviet Union yet with the railways to see how they work. Okay, well, what I wanted to do also was, well, let's zoom out, grab that. Let's create Reich now. Maybe he's a good one to sit along the front line. Bosch, don't know Bosch well, whatever. And yeah, some of these guys I've learned more about them because of Black Ice and, you know, for the Hearts of Iron 3 with all the generals in it. Schroner, yeah. Infantry General Artillery Officer. That looks like a decent one to hold the front lines. Hello, Tom Gaming. How you doing? No, we're just getting started here, both in today's stream as well as generally with the. Okay, let's set up a East Prussia command. Now we want this, well, Falkenhorst, he's going to be mostly a infantry type, so let's, gotta hate, whoever did this color palette, some things bother me, people. Some things just bother me. And you know, do I keep fighting this? Because yes, I can come in here, and yes, I can try to, you know, somehow create a more, I don't know, military type color like that, and go, okay, good and fine. See that to me, I'm not saying that looks, you know, more for the Jaeger divisions, but whatever, you know. And we could go, I don't know, something a bit more like this for, well, because we have the cavalry division there. Well, maybe a little bit more. And I'm not the best one for creating color palettes. There we go, something like that. But we could have come up with a much more military color palette as standard. But the big problem is once I do that, I don't want the Panzer Division here. Once I do that and I create a new one, they're just going to grab the same goddamn color again, and I have to keep coming back. Yes, we are playing the World Ablaze mod, Tom Gaming. So that is now. Yes, I'm influenced by Hearts of Iron 3, in which I expect for these elements here. Let's go with a higher ranking overall commander. To be 0 through 5 is what I expect this to have a range of commanders or skill levels, shall we say. And I expect the standard German general to start out with a 3 as a basic skill level. I don't know, because you have to understand, and I know people want me to play the game more than lecture, but sometimes I just feel like lecturing, sorry. For most of the nations, every single, or just about every general, were veterans of World War I for most of the nations. We can talk about major examples that don't have that. Japan, most generals were not veterans of World War I, though by the time World War II hits for Japan, you know, full, you know, going with the war with the Allies, they of course had been war for a few years in China. So their generals were sort of, by the time they're fighting, invading Singapore, invading the Philippines, doing all of that stuff, at the beginning of that war, they were, the higher level officers were proper veterans of campaigns. So they weren't fresh. So virtually all of these generals, I know some of their biographies, just here. Oh, that's Kurt's student. No. I thought I saw, maybe I just flashed on the Luftwaffe uniform. Yeah, maybe they did. But Kesselring, who was a Luftwaffe general. Oh, here it is, Kesselring. Okay, yeah, Kesselring. He was an artillery, German army artillery officer in World War I. So we're talking about experienced officers here. So, and you get maybe towards the end of World War II that you're getting a few people promoted into generalship late in the war that weren't veterans of World War I, but by that point they're veterans of World War II, if you will. So one of the ways I would distinguish the differences between nations is the base level of command. That's one of the ways. And Germany, because I rate it highly overall, I would have the standard officer starting as 3. That would be my standard. Where France, a 1 or a 2. Americans, basically a 3. In English, basically a 3. The Italians, a 1 or a 2. The Soviets, because the Soviets had decimated their officer corps from World War I in the Russian Revolution, although much of the Soviet officer corps by World War II are so the traditions, the Americans do have a bit of a traditions going back with their officer corps, but the English super have traditions of training, and the Germans and the French, the École Militaire in France training corps was excellent. It's just so out of touch, out of date by the time World War II has happened. Is why I would rate them down at a 1 or a 2, more like 2s. But Russia's decimated that, but they sort of have veterancy from the Russian Civil War, but then you also have it decimated by purges and then hampered by, which is whether you want to give them the standard skill level or throw on some sort of a commissar effect that hampers their command abilities. So this is just one way I would, in broad brushes, influence various nations here. Okay, well, we're talking about the North Front here, not Monstein. Okay, not Kleist. Hopefully we'll get a bunch of good, we'll give them to this guy here. And hello, amazing Rudiger, how you doing? Hello again. Yes, Deutsches Uber, yes, Germany above all. So, yeah, that's how I would sort of want to distinguish functionality of different nations. Now I'm going to have to change some of this up. Adolf Strauss. I don't know him, but we'll put him in charge of there. And then we're going to grab here. And we're going to create another one, and then we're going to click here and unassign that division. But we're going to keep these guys here. No. Just meant to click on you, generally speaking. And I saw a detail here. Where's Dietel? Dietel. And yes, chat taught me how to pronounce his name, and I'm getting pretty close with Dietel, sort of like Beetle. Where? Sometimes maybe just scrolling past. Right now, Kleist, there he is. What's his skill level here? 2? I would do it a bit higher. Lecture over, your homework finish, both worth of books, and right. Okay. Like your presentation, you tell historical, thank you. Amazing. Thank you very much for the feedback. And so, yeah, so okay, so we have all of these, and at least this is here, and maybe I should make a thinking, I don't know, because my understanding, again, I could promote him up, but the idea is that he's just a generic officer that, depending upon his campaign that he leads, which of course is going to be in a mountain division, so he may end up fighting a lot in mountains and get certain skill traits. Is it a big deal that it's not Dietel in charge of whatever brigade, the GURPS brigade? I think Dietel is an Austrian. I don't remember everyone's biography. Sorry, people, if you expect me to. I think he shows up later. But, I respect that they've given us this much. I respect that they believe, and I think rightly so for most players, that most players don't want to go picking each little divisional commander. I like to when it's important, but I don't know. Now I wish you could at least maybe come in and edit this. Have several options for photos or images and be able to change the name. So if I wanted to come into, what is this? The 2nd Panzer Division. And I wanted to change it to the historical commander of the 2nd Panzer Division or something. If I was that anal retentive. Now, for some divisions, and I would also like to be able to, okay, we're going to move, okay, we're going to, move him up to there, out of that, and we're going to, damn, I've been playing more HOI, no, here, just that. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Up to the top. Yeah, Lee would be good. He's going to be our West Front commander. Okay, list will be fine. And he'll be also down here. So... this, no, there. Right. Okay, yeah. There we go. Let's see. If you drop soap on the floor, is the floor clean or is the soap dirty? I don't know. Be careful in handing, pick it up. YOLO Sleazy, how you doing? This mod is a total conversion mod to make the game more historical. Shall we say. More historically accurate. Now let's give this to Falkenhurst, because he was the commander who went into Norway. And this is sort of the proto-Norway force here. So, and of course we're playing as Germany's high best judge mod. And so it's meant to try to make the game more realistic, more historically based. So now, okay, the AI has moved away the occupation force or coastal defense force or whatever it thought it was doing up there. Okay, and yeah, we're going to go for the expanded naval dockyards. Might as well get that early, get that going. So I do recommend the mod, but I'm not saying it's for everyone. I'm saying I like it. It is mature enough, not to say it's like without fault. No, it has faults, but it's getting good. The Netherlands has a lake zoomed in, but it disappears when zoomed out. Well, I think it's just the colors is filling in, you know, for that. I think if we go here, I don't know. It's not really zoomed. Okay, now with the air, you don't see it here. But I think it's just this brownish color here. You can sort of see that, yeah. And it isn't a lake. But you know, talk to my friend Arno here. They're filling this in. The Dutch are stealing the sea or something, making more land, however you want to say that. Okay, let's look at logistics here. We could use more artillery, especially field artillery, but also heavy artillery. So let's come over here. Let's see, we've got one more, but we'll give 2 more slots to artillery once we get it. Right, well, let's come way here, out of reach of bombers from the west, and put in another factory here. And yes, you can see that they are doing things with the map. So now only this one province actually connects north to Denmark. I would love somebody to do a mix of this map and the HOI IV map. That would be best. If anybody really wants to work on the map, oh man, that would be so great. Not just tweak it, make it right. How are we doing down here? We're not spending, I didn't, okay. It was part of the sea, but do the dike made now big, as like it went from salt water to the other, is it fresh water? Okay. So it's getting enough water coming in from the Rhine that it's pushed out the salt water. Okay. How interesting, Arno, I did not know that. Even if it's still tidal, because I know some tidal rivers and estuaries are fresh water just because, you know, especially like, I don't know if it's because the Amazon and whatnot, but one of the biggest water mover rivers in the world is the Mississippi, of course, and that's why Louisiana basically exists, because this is all sedimentary. This is not, you know, natural formations here. That even though some of this is, you know, goes up and down as the tides do, it's fresh water. Just it backs up to that. So, yeah. You know, there's some major Russian rivers. You got the Nile. You've got you know, the Ganges, you got the Yang, no, this is the river changed here. This, I think, is the Yangtze and the Mekong and whatnot. But yeah, the Mississippi is one of the bigger movers of... Okay, so we pushed into one province into there, push into that while these guys are weak here. Okay, agent forced into hiding. Okay, I'm not playing the spy game well. Playing it, but not playing it well. Okay, so we've got new bombers being developed. We could do patrol craft really quickly. That might be good. I like condors. We could do tactical bombers. 37. Well, right now we are doing some artillery support, so let's do that. Though imagine not living on a mountain range. Well, yeah, it is flat there. You know, I think and I'm right about like this picture of Florida, and I'm gonna hey Paul, no problem being late, just glad to have you here. Definitely want your input on things. I think it's something like there's no natural elevation above 12 feet or 3 meters approximately in this part of Florida. It is that flat. It's, you know, like 3 meters high or something is like the highest natural feature, you know, hill or rise or whatever else. Anything higher. I know I'm probably wrong in some detail, but it's some really low level thing like that. This whole area, there is, you know, it's not so much pancake, well, I guess you can sort of call it that, but flat, but it's just all right at sea level. So yeah, some people don't live, you know, in mountain ranges. So Toy Jet, I know you do. Well, sort of. You have to. You're sort of down here in the sort of the plains of here, but yeah. Dutch world problems, yeah. Okay, we want to watch. Okay, so this time I'm not going to push in unless I get enough backup from, because I don't want to lose a second. One of 3 Panzer divisions lost. Oh boy, lots of tanks and other equipment lost. So I'm not going to do that. 3 meters above, yeah, height groundwater, yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's yeah, Florida is flat. Now, you also get well, that's Nebraska, here's Kansas. You also get damn flat out here too. You know, most of you can, yeah, okay, you get down here a little bit hill. This is just, now this is well above sea level, but this is just pure flat plains as well. But yeah, no, Florida is flat. And that's why you get all the flooding and all of the hurricane problems down there, so deep inland, where, you know, right along the coast here, you know, places like Charleston, and yes, it is sort of a swampy mess down in Charleston, you will have, you know, problems, you know, whatnot, but with hurricanes coming in. But here it's just so bad because it's just so flat, where you get just, you know, you get just a little ways inland here. Oh yeah, you may have destruction in the idea, you know, the wind is hitting stuff and whatnot, but it's not destroying whole communities for the most part for hurricanes once you get a few miles inland. But Florida can be all the way across the state. Hello, okay, you're back, Tom Gaming. Well, good. I don't know if Arno can deal with mountains well enough. Have you ever been to the mountains, Arno? Seriously, have you ever been to the mountains? Something that would actually be mountains. I just thought of that. I don't know if maybe it's inappropriate to ask you on stream, but... because I've been to the Netherlands twice. I have not been to Norway, but I've been to the Netherlands twice. So I've been to flat places. Because I live right near the ocean. I would say practically not to get to the ocean, but to get to salt water, if you know it, sort of inland harbors around where I am. 5 or 6 stone throws. I'm literally that close. Or I used to live one stone. Literally, I could throw a stone from my home and go into the salt water. But I live close to the ocean here, but it's no, we'll start with the common turn pack. Okay, well, we can build more ships. Now this may push us to need more steel. Okay, we are currently building, okay, May 28th. Okay, so we're just starting. So we're about one a month we're building a convoy. So that, and we currently have 113. I'm not saying that's enough. I don't know what enough is, but that's a bunch. We're building some destroyers, a full production line of destroyers, so that to try to protect from particularly submarines. We're not going to try to protect. Hey Arno, you didn't answer me. Well, maybe you're not going to. Oh, yeah, Arno, did you not hear? Have you ever been to the mountains? You can say I don't want to answer if you don't want to, but I'm just curious. So, I think submarines will be our next. I don't know, do we have a... I don't know, I'm not going to worry about mine laying submarines, so... And we have, well, we'll just throw one more factory in to use all of that up. Went up a hill. Okay, cool. A hill one time. Just wondered. So some of you Europeans got to take Arno into the mountains. Go visit Lum in Switzerland and have him take you up a mountain. But like I say, I live close to the ocean, but I live more than 3 meters above the sea and on more or less natural height. So when I lived right next to the sea, it was probably more than 3 meters from the sea level, so high tide level. Yeah, 12 feet. Maybe not quite 3 meters from high tide level, but getting there when I lived right next to it as a kid. But yeah, I live near the sea and don't have that sort of issue here. Okay, Chief of the Navy, theorist. Heavy cruisers, submarine production cost down. That looks nice. No, I wanted to. Okay, we've already got that. Material designer. Production cost. How's the infantry equipment production cost? Well, we're trying to get more artillery, so we're going to go with this. Well, some of California is having drowning or water flooding issues. more, I think it would be more Central California has had a major levee break or two, and I think some significant area are flooding. But where I specifically live, I actually sort of made sure that when I live in an apartment, but I did look for a place that was a little bit higher up than everywhere. It's actually sort of on a bit of a hill, and although sort of 2 blocks from me is a sort of a low spot that does drain out, but does flood a little bit when enough water flows there, creates puddles that could flow. I specifically picked a place that wasn't likely to flood, so that things wouldn't be flooded. And I'm a bit of a collector of things, so I worry about my collections and wanting to preserve them. So, but yeah, California is not doing well when it comes to that right now. You got to remember, California is a big place. That's California. I think this map is a little inaccurate. France might be bigger than California, but not by a whole hell of a lot, quite honestly. I think the Americas are a bit off here for size comparisons. Not that it shouldn't be for the game, because nothing hardly happens in America or the Americas for this game. It's more of a almost could be done as an off-map thing. There is a big we'll just do another military factory. Let's put this one where we're going to build fast over here, and we'll put a second one there. When we get climbing. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if we're going to go climbing up. I don't know what Glad Heppigan is, but I don't know if that's some little hill somewhere, or if that is the tallest mountain in Norway. And then my answer would be no. Walking up a hill and taking a look around, yeah, I could do that, but the tallest peak in Norway. Oh, no, thank you. I figure you got some tall peaks up there. I don't know how they compare to American tall peaks, because America has some pretty damn the Andes down here get a bit taller. I think maybe Peru or somewhere where the Andes are the tallest get a bit taller than North American mountains. But the highest point in the continental, which the lower 48 in the continental United States, you add that in, is in California. And it's sort of right around in here, and the lowest part in I think all of North America is Death Valley, and they can almost not quite see each other, but it's the Grand Teton, which just means big tits, is the tallest mountain, I believe, in North America, and it's up in Canada. Hello, OCB. This is Germany's fault. I regularly exposed to snow and thunderstorms. France is about 1.5. Okay, 1.4 times bigger than California. California is approximately. Okay, I believe you. I just don't have the stats. And yeah, I'm not surprised California or France is a bit bigger, but California is pretty damn huge. So yeah, so 30%, 37%, yeah, bigger. I'll grant you, because I did think it would be a bit bigger, but not like double or triple the size, which it sort of kind of looks here on this map compared to, if you compare that versus keep it roughly the same zoom in level here, it's, yeah, it looks like double or more the size, but it's, and right now I would say outside of the Napoleonic era, Napoleon and his whole thing, which of course included, they had integrated Belgium into France proper, and I think some more of the territories, not exactly sure, west of the Rhine, and maybe some more of the territories down in here. Outside of the Napoleonic era, I think France is at its largest extent that it has historically. And that's not counting adding supposedly the Illyrian coast and other territories directly to France that Napoleon did. I'm not talking about French Empire or whatever, but directly France. And again, I'm not talking about I know Algiers was considered part of metropolitan France or whatever they wanted to say. I'm not talking about overseas type territories, and I'm not talking, I know they still have Pacific Island possessions and whatnot. I'm just talking about sort of France proper, because yes, New France, Louisiana, all that out there. Now we're talking about, I think France is about its largest that it's ever been. Outside of Napoleonic, and I think larger than under Louis the 14th or Louis the 16th. So the geographical let's take a quick look here. The geographical map or acquisition. Okay, we want to grab this before I start doing Panzer technologies here. So yeah, we can do that next. So we're not going to research a tank just yet. Not to say that France, yay for World War II and being conquered and messed up or anything like that, but in the sort of post-war, I don't know, are we going to be doing much in the way with mines? There's some technologies that will help with that. We'll do that. A support vehicle like the Martyr. Well, again, Arno, this game is going down with historical models, so you can't quite do. You can do these, which will give you, a Panzerjäger 1 or a Grill, a Flak Panzer. Okay, a Martyr 2 here. So I got to get this. I got to get Panzer 2 Model D, and I get the Martyr 2. For some reason, again, this is. I mean, they may be doing something like, hey, because they're forcing me to research the Panzer II Loesch, which the Germans did, to get the Martyr 3. But the Martyr 3, of course, was based on the 38T. Maybe it's just because, numbers of, they didn't want to make it ugly and stick another little patch. Or maybe you can't. I don't know. Don't know if you can't. I don't think these little things are have to be over the top of the square, but I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I've been modding some of this. Yeah, so to get those, we got to get here, and it's timed, and we also have Panzerjäger 1, so it's way too early for that. We could do the Bison or the Flak Panzer, but we'll see on that. Yep, we're still in 1937. And mentioning that because of talking, but we have been playing. We're going to end the episode, not the live stream, guys, so everyone live continue hanging out. But those watching later on YouTube, thank you so much for making it this far into the video. Really do appreciate all of you. Hope I've earned you licking the like button. It's tasty. And I'm sure by now also you've subscribed. So I want to thank you. Please post your comments below. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we're going to save this. And we're going to continue. So, okay. Yeah, a lot of people just, and I know it's with me sometimes with some of the creators that I watch. Oh, they have a 4-hour live stream, you know, after the fact. Do I want to sit for 4 hours and watch it? But I may want to watch it, but that's why I cut this up into smaller bits for other people later on. And yeah, guys, you know, watching, I really appreciate all of you here. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, because hey, you know, I don't know if you know this, just make sure everybody, Tom Gaming, Arno, I know Arno knows, but OCB, you can watch this live on Twitch, on YouTube, even Twitter, Facebook. I've gone back to Facebook, and of course I'm also live over on Rumble. I didn't bring Rumble up to look at it, but I normally get almost as many views live on Rumble as I do on Twitch, but I don't think they stay around long because none of them ever seem to comment. So I think they just check out what the stream is and go on. But hey, yeah, I understand you guys can't always stay around for the whole stream, but so come and go as you need. I really do appreciate it, but don't hesitate to comment, whether it's asking a question or some other thing. Really like the interaction here with all of you. Okay, another episode coming right up. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we're in June 1937. We have a panzer division operating in Spain, trying to cut off Catalonia from the rest of the Republican-owned Spain. And so we are pressing ahead there. And we are building up our armed forces currently. Oh, West Wall Border Watch. So now, okay, so this has given us level 3, I believe it was. Yes, level 3. Now, let me take another look here. Sudeten Vienna Award. This is the first time, I mean, I played it last weekend, but meaning I have not played beyond this point right now in this mod. Okay, we have Atlantic Wall, Western War Plans. Okay, now, this isn't terrible, the West Wall kind of thing, but I like the way I did it. You know, you may go, well, of course, Gamer, you liked it because you did it the way you wanted to do it. The way, and I did make a mod, never publicly released, for Hearts of Iron 4, and don't even bother asking about it because it wouldn't work with the current version of the game, in which you had things like national focus, but what it would do is it would start an effect that would slowly give you the wall over time, and not just pop it all up at once. I like that a little better. 14 days. Okay, Anschluss, well, we need more either support or more manpower in Germany. These 5 divisions in Oberjan. Okay. Now, this, and unless something has radically changed here, needing at least 5 divisions in Oberbayern, or however you say that, sorry, Germans, and Niederbayern, 3 divisions there. They tried this in development, the Paradox team, and they found that the AI, they couldn't get the AI to do it. But I guess this is set up for humans. Or maybe they're getting the AI to do it. I don't know. Okay, it's down here. We need to get 5 divisions. So let's impress the Austrians that we want them to join us. I'm not online on Rumble. Thank you for the input there, Arno. Don't know that I'm going to worry about fixing it now, but thank you for that input. Let me Alt-Tab over to here. You won't see this. Well, it says that I am. Yeah, nope, you're right. It just sort of has a... Okay, I don't know. Something went wrong with Rumble. I don't know what went wrong with Rumble. It says I'm streaming, but it doesn't. I don't know. Something's up. Thanks, Arna. Yeah, now, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, unfortunately, Rumble, every time I have to renew it and do it all new again, I have to do new set of settings. And so I don't know if if I just did something wrong with that, I may have. Okay, we'll do this now. But thank you, Arno. It's good to know. It's not that important that I got to rush and fix it. The important audience is YouTube and Twitch for me. Everything else is a nice to have, not a required to have. Okay, so don't I have at least 5 divisions and over? Oh, no, these are not in there. Okay, these two are not in there. That's in a different... Wittenberg. Hello, Ragar. Hello, Jetin. Good to have you here. That service does not do profiles. For the live stream for Rumble, what I think it is that they have a limited number of ingest take-in points for live stream. So every time that I want to do a live stream, I've got to go in, sort of upload a 5-second placeholder video and tell it all the stuff, what I want to, name of stream and all that kind of thing, and then it will give out a upload URL, where I'm supposed to be sending it, and in a basically a password for that, and I have to redo it every time I go live on Rumble. So they're not, and I get views there. Normally for a live view, right, a live stream of 4 hours, it's normally 30 to 60 views, but they don't seem to stay around, and nobody, didn't have it open. When I've had it open, no one says hi other than maybe Arno. I'm getting views and I'm getting a few subscribers over there, but so it's sort of worth it, and I very much support alternative technologies, shall we say, alternative services. So, okay, we want to do some heavy artillery. Let's get 2 heavy artillery into production. Yes, we are operating in Spain. And hello, Lone Wanderer. How you doing? Good to have you here. We are trying to. Okay, we've lost our organization. We're down out. We've been pushing down in here with our single. Right now, well, let's see. Can we change it? Yeah, we're still limited to 1 division currently, so we can't send more than 1 division. Okay, with this mod, and maybe I have not, with this mod right now, it's limiting it as you can see here, just how I quickly get here, it's the total, it's limited by the number of their provinces currently controlled. Now, I don't know if that is something specifically for Germany, you know, giving this size. Historically, Germany did not send any ground combat forces to Spain. But they sent approximately a 300-man, people rotated through, but a 300-man training force to Spain that, disobeying orders from Berlin, some of the members of that training force went with their, because they were training up the Panzer ones and whatnot, that the Flak 18s, the big 88 millimeter flak guns and whatever, those were being operated by Spaniards, but they had some German trainers going along and overseeing, commanding, observing, whatever you want to call it, in combat. So they did, some percentage of the 300 men did fight it at any one time, did fight in combat, but Germany did not want them to. Now, there were active pilots as part of the airborne, the flying part of the Condor Legion. They actively fought in combat, but and with approval. Now, Spain had 3 divisions in, we see, and they did have, there was a Portuguese volunteer force. I don't remember how big, but not terribly big. I see 3 so far Portuguese flags here. That's maybe a bit more than historical. And by this time, by June of 37, there was approximately, because one was sort of I think most, they may have gotten up to 3 divisions and a brigade, but at least roughly about 3 divisions of Italians openly serving, and they, unlike the Portuguese, which were Portuguese volunteers, quote unquote, hey Niagara, fighting for the Spaniards. There, of course, were the Spanish Foreign Legion, but the Italians were actually wearing, Italian uniforms. They were not disguised. They were not pretending to be Spanish troops fighting in the Civil War, or foreign volunteers. No, they were there as national troops of Italy fighting in the war. Now, the Soviets, I don't think, and I'm not seeing Soviet flags at the moment. They did not send a volunteer corps at all to Spain for ground troops. They definitely had Soviet pilots, quite a few of them fighting in Spain, and they had a bunch of Soviet advisors and a bunch of the Cheka, or whatever, pre-KGB types, going around shooting people, particularly, Spaniards behind the lines and whatnot. So, but as ground formations, divisions or brigades or even battalions, no Soviet ground forces were there. Again, but maybe, thousands. I think it's in the thousands of advisor types that showed up, but no combat formation. They particularly, from my readings about Spain, is there is a campaign during the Civil War to have loyalists to Stalin, to the Soviet Union, in charge of all formations, in charge of everything else. So they are, over time, purging anybody who is not loyal to the Soviet Union. So early days, you might call it, the Spanish Republicans being, various factions fighting the nationalists. By the end, all the high command were, in essence, communist, in essence, people loyal to Franco. And the formations that did continue to exist that weren't part of these groups were constantly trying to be bled white. once you got Stalin loyalists into power, they would put all of the, the syndicalists, the anarchists, or Trotskyites, or whatever you want to label them as, other sort of factions, put them either at the center of the assault or defend some position that was exposed, always trying to bleed them white and always undersupplying them, where they try to keep the forces. So this way, when Juan the volunteer is looking for what unit to join in the Republican side of the Spanish Civil War, well, do you want to go join this one outfit that all has plenty of submachine guns and ammunition and artillery and rifles and all this stuff, or you want to go that other group out there that everybody gets a rifle of some sort, and hey, even they may have an average of 10 rounds per man. You want to, which one do you, artillery? No, they don't have any artillery. Which one do you want to go join? And so they're trying to starve out the disloyal forces throughout the whole campaign, basically trying to kill them off. I think this is part of the reason on two fronts of why, just part of it, why the Republicans lose. One, talent, leadership talent that isn't loyal to Stalin is not allowed to command, meaning somebody else, they're being pushed out, assassinated, whatever. And two, for some of the important assaults, counter-offensive, holding important positions, they don't put the loyal, the loyal Stalinist forces in danger, the well-equipped forces in danger, and it becomes too late that the nationalists have an overwhelming, superiority by too late in the situation, so they're not able to stem the tide. So that's not the only reasons. Part of the reasons, of course, are the three Italian divisions that are put in there, and other reasons why the nationalists win, but. And also the idea of really getting into inflexibility of command because of the, shall we say, commissar elements of, the Cheka being in there and wanting to get rid of quote-unquote defeatist generals or officers. So if you're like, oh, hey, things aren't going well here, let's retreat because they're not going well, you're a defeatist, bang, hold on, and then you lose anyways, and you lose the formation, whether it's a company, a brigade, or a division, that you should have withdrawn back behind the river or something when it was smart to do so. So you're already getting that inflexibility, where as far as I can detect, and again, I'm not the greatest expert, I don't see, anybody being shot, officers, for defeatism or something on the nationalist side. You might be relieved of command. You might be a bad career move, but it isn't a fatal move to your life and your family for, deciding, hey, things aren't going well. So this is, a stark difference between this. And hello, Je Vandereus folk. I hope I'm getting that right again. Glad to have you here. Let me go back up the stream. Niagara's been saying stuff. Let me check out. Okay, Niagara. Okay. Hello, Kajifi. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to pronounce that, but hello, a bunch of letters there. Remember, people from Czechoslovakia acted as morons and went to Spain to volunteer against horrible Franco. Then Franco turned out to be the best for Spain and kept out of the war. Well, I would agree, Ragar, that all things considered, Franco did the best he could for Spain. I mean, I'm not saying Franco, maybe he's the best of a bad lot, but he did the best. And there were lots of people in the international brigades that went and fought. Absolutely. Okay, girlfriend meeting on Wednesday. Supply raid. Okay. Did Franco deliberately slow down the war, avoiding decisive tactics to kill as many Reds as possible. Not as far as I can detect. I've read a few, like one historical fiction book on what was going on in Spain. I've read a bunch of articles. I watched, I think it was done in the 1970s or 1980s, either late 70s or early 80s, I think it was, something like a 12-part documentary series on the Spanish Civil War done, I mean, they had a bunch of the things were just subtitles, but done basically in English, and read some other articles and things on Spain. So, like, I'm just giving you my overview. So I'm sure I'm imperfect on my details of Spain. But there are, in like 12-part series or whatever, that's 12 hours of watching stuff. I think that series may be on YouTube, but maybe not. I don't know. It was years ago that I saw it. And so I've read and watched some stuff on Spain, and but as far as I get, as far as I get with like Franco and whatnot, no, I don't see him deliberately trying to kill as many Reds as possible. Tens of thousands of Republicans flee the Spain in the latter days of the war into France, as well as get off on some ships and stay out there as exiles. After the war is over, there's a continued anti-banditry or anti-guerrilla campaign, because there are guerrillas going on. Franco does run some long-term camps for people that he sees as being dangerous to the state, shall we say. As far as I can tell, not that people don't die in the camps, because people, die of cancer or whatever. They're not death camps. Now, I'm not saying they're holiday camps either. And some of these people understand that there are Red massacres going on, in which the Reds show up in a place and kill all the nuns in a nunnery, okay? They literally just butcher all the nuns or butcher all of the priests. And none of these people were armed when they showed up. Now, and none of these people had been physically harming people prior to this, even though they may have been big landowners in Spain, the monasteries or whatever, and had a bunch of peasants working out on the fields. None of these these peasants may have been poor and whatnot, and maybe the church was exploiting their labor or something, as we would see it in a modern, what they were being compensated, paid, or whatever you want to call it, for their labor may have not been good, and the church may have not been treating them well as laborers. I'm not going to try to argue that one way or another, but to just go in and butcher them because they're priests or nuns. Okay, now, then and there's not good records of who did the butchery other than like unit names. They know, the 3rd Volunteer Brigade of whatever did the action. So when Franco is, getting to power, when you identify somebody from that brigade, now you may not be sure when he joined the brigade, date-wise, and and maybe not even only 20% of the brigade actually did the war crime. Well, he may be just like, okay, well, you're part of this brigade that did this war crime. You're now in a camp. So some of this is a criminal justice type situation for war crimes committed during the Civil War. Now, of course, there were also war crimes, and some of them were reactions to seeing butchered nuns and priests. And I'm using, because there were other butcheries going on, but these are ones against people who had no arms, had not been committing any violent acts. So I'm using them. And then sometimes they would come in and they would round up, go into some area that was some, anarchist factory or whatever, the soldiers that had found this stuff and then butchered the factory workers, they just may have been on the wrong side and had nothing to do with the war crimes. There was definitely war crimes committed on the nationalist side. I'm not trying to whitewash the nationalists here. But the nationalists are as much a reaction and maybe very much an overreaction, again, to the point of being crimes. And those people, the nationalists didn't face justice because they were on the winning side. Sure, yes. So it's just how I'm looking and seeing the Civil War. And we see these butcheries going on against priests and nuns prior to the outbreak of the Civil War, as well as a sort of midnight tit-for-tat campaigns against landowners, and then the landowners sending death squads against who they think are either the death squad members or the supporters of the death squad. There's stuff that going on prior to the outbreak of the Civil War, yes. But I see the worst violence from the left. Now, again, that may be my bias, and it may be colored by the things I've watched and read, but that's my point. That's how I come to these conclusions. But no, I don't see particularly wanting to just kill off the Reds. Now, Franco is worried about supplies, and we can talk about sometime, and I know I have in the past, that Germany is keeping Spain on a short supply line, a leash, shall we say, supplying him enough. Basically, 3 ships maximum are sending in munitions to Franco. Another 3 ships are sending in approximately an equal amount of supplies from Germany. We're talking about from Germany to the Republicans. The same guy is running the operation. So they're supplying both sides. Germany is. But Franco has a limited amount of resources. So he does not want to destroy his units particularly, but he's also worried about his stockpiles of munitions, that Germany is not flooding them in. Germany is keeping them on a short lease. Like I say, he has to pay for his munitions. They are not given for free. Now they're being paid for primarily by resources coming out of Spain, raw materials basically going back to Germany is being paid for this. Germany is taking over functionally control of primarily, again, resource refineries and mines as they're moving along. There's a specific German commission that is set up. Italy is getting some of that, but not as, but they're more like a 20 or 30%, where Germany is getting the lion's share. It's all being, to a point during the war, I think in about 1938, Franco goes, hey, we could get a better deal for our raw materials than selling them at the price that we're selling them to Germany. We could sell them for more to other places. And the German answer is fine. You sell it to whoever you want. We're going to stop selling you munitions. Is there somebody else out there going to sell you munitions? This is in 1938. And basically, of course, the answer is no, because obviously the Soviets and whatnot won't be selling the nationalist munitions. Britain, France, well, Portugal can't make munitions. America, whoever, are not going to be selling Franco any sizable amounts of munitions. Italy just basically is not capable of making enough of that. So Franco is stuck with the deal that he has with Germany. You might very well read about or see, and Franco might have known about places that he could push harder, faster, better at times. But again, unit preservation, like I said, I pushed too hard with my earlier Panzer Division and got it cut off. If you push too hard and you wreck a force, and you're not having enough munitions, and you're not getting, you're limited mostly to, who you can recruit, mostly through volunteers within Spain. I'm not saying there's no draft, but I don't know of a widespread draft. Again, when I look at my language carefully, when I say I don't know, doesn't mean it's not there. So with all of that, yeah, Franco is a balancing act. Okay, yes, we are, Niagara's mentioning, yes, we are sort of trying to figure out when we can do a multiplayer campaign of HOI IV, probably with this mod, but that is not 100%, but likely. And hello, Ari, good to have you here. If France deliberately, or Franco, yeah, I think you mean Franco deliberately would lose. Yeah. Franco did very well in keeping Spain out of the war. Absolutely. Hello, Tomat Cherry. I guess I'm getting that right. Out of the war, but he turned Spain into a bloodbath. My great-grandfather got almost beaten to death by the Guardia Civil after the war. I'm sorry to hear that, Cherry. I will recognize, shall we say, what war crimes, or just crimes, because some of them were committed after, that the nationalist regime committed. My perspective, and I'm very sorry for your ancestor, for his stuff and getting beaten, that would be bad. And his brother was shot in front of his house. Yeah, okay. All this because they once fought for the Republic. I'm not doubting that that's true. I just, from my viewpoint, I see that had the Republicans won, because like I was explaining earlier, that it was becoming a Stalinist puppet. I think Spain would have been a Stalinist puppet regime that had Franco win. Had Franco lost and had the Republicans win, it would have been a Soviet-style regime and would have been worse, including for Republicans who were not on board with the Stalinist regime, as well as the nationalists. I also think, like you say, Franco did a very good job at keeping Spain out of World War II. I think Franco tried, whether you think he was successful or not, tried to modernize Spain during his time. And also importantly, Franco set up a post-Franco succession with the returning of a monarchy that was, and he knew it was going to set up a shall we say, a liberal democracy, but that would hopefully not have it go to a radical democracy or a radical, socialist state of, communist or whatever state. So of the viable alternatives that I see in starting around 1936 through to the end of, World War II and whatnot, I see Franco as the best option. Not to say that, again, I'll agree that he committed crimes or people in his name committed crimes. I'm not going to argue against that. I'm not saying it was all good. I'm just saying of the options available that I know of, I think he was the best choice. And that may be a bad thing, but that's sort of the reality. Okay, why can't the United States? Because it lacks two towers. Okay, yeah, hello. Punchunu, how you doing? I get the joke there because of 9/11. Can we get him to... I'm not sure who we're getting to play again. Well, my mother see one eye because Nazi occupation, so I'm not happy current government didn't stay neutral during conflict. Yeah, and I believe that's in Czechoslovakia for Ragar. Yeah, there's a lot of bad things. I don't think Czechoslovakia had a choice about staying neutral or not. I think they were going to get invaded one way or another. Too many disclaimers? Well, maybe, but it's, shall we say, the realities of the situation. I try to look at things within what was happening at the time. Now, do we have enough for Anschluss? Okay. Okay, what we just don't have is enough manpower in divisions, so I don't know. Let's add another. I want these trained out here in the west, and we'll add some units. Okay, well that. Okay, so we've capped 15% of the maximum. Okay, maybe I should have been training more units faster. Now, I did not train more units faster than this because of this. I was down logistically. And I didn't think training was going to be as big an effect. Okay, now we are ready for... well, you know, let's start with maybe helping that win. But I gotta say that sometimes the disclaimers about everything at this time period. The situation in the world was just shit. You know, it really was. Hey, thanks for following. Good to have you here. And okay, so we pushed there, they won. Now we're gonna push here. Okay. Doing the second generation. Anschluss, not yet, so let's look for Pact of Steel. Now, I would say the Pact of Steel needs to come before Anschluss historically, but burn the Naval Treaty. U-boat effort, 21 days. Better production. That looks nice. But damn, I know it's, well, I know it's only 35 days, so that's a lot of additional production capabilities. Now, let's move you over to here and put you up over there once we get you there. Now when I come down here, well, they at least have enemy air superiority negativity here. Did you see that bones they found on the island South Pacific Maximilian? No, I had not seen that. I'll look into that, Paul. I remember some controversy before about some stuff. Again, this is cool that they're having the animated gift here. Fall of Beijing. Looked like Chinese troops marching there, but all right, well, cool. That's interesting. So I guess made it, tried to, I guess, crash land. Well, it is a bit slow here. Marco Polo Bridge incident, which should have, of course, popped up before. Taking of Beijing. Muzzle brakes, right. Now, I, of course, like a game that is sort of slow and detailed. I'm sorry if you're for real, whether you're talking about me and my talking, I don't sure, but no. Well, let's get this going. So I gather she made it to an island. Maybe, I don't know if crash landed on, trying to land on an island or something like that. Fuel refining improvement, very nice. Okay, we'll probably do these early, but probably wait till 38. There are some... Now over here, let's get the Stuka, the early model Stukas. Okay, yeah, I just want a nice radar station. Probably don't need them this early, and there may be some events that will give it to us as part of, or this national focus give us to as part of that. Well, Striker tactical bombers. Let's do tactical bombers. Let's see about getting that going. This is okay. That's the tactical, so strike is the DO-17. There we go. Herb did not say it was when they found parts of the plane. I heard that they found some parts of a plane that they thought was hers some time ago. I forget which island too. It's just some island out there in the Pacific, as far as I remember. That was plausible that she was flying over or along or whatever. We already have a location for this here. Yeah, why? Okay, training. Okay, we're almost done. For the Panzer Division. Replacement. Yeah, I'll look into it. It's interesting if they have confirmed that it was her. Everything I've heard about her is that she was, she wrecked a bunch of airplanes on landing. And so she wasn't terribly, and in normal conditions, not like trying to land them in a rainstorm or something. So she was more of a publicity figure than a very good pilot or anything like that. Yeah, disparaging the dead or whatever, and I don't know, but I sort of get that from what I hear. Well, let's put it there. Now, I'm not big guy that normally worries about, or person that worries about stats, so. Okay, equipment. what I'm looking for is to figure out the size of my army. Like I say, normally don't bother with this stuff, so it's not something I look up. Yeah, there's probably a good way to look all this stuff up, but I don't know it. Because I know up here, you know, obviously, but this, oh, well, here, maybe it has it. Okay, here we are, Army manpower used. So we've got a ways to go. We've got almost 100,000 to build up on, and we've maxed out our ability to train currently. Okay, keep that in mind, folks. Now, can I? Okay. Can I send some more air volunteers too? Or no, I don't think they're gonna let me. Yeah, that's the unit that's down there. I wanted to increase numbers. Well, this will allow me to fly out of Germany? Well, okay. That's an interesting move. Again, I'm so glad they've done this, and sort of jealous that they now have these animated maps. That's cool. Or this is a map, but animated images. Japan declared war on China. Well, great. So we've done that. We could do the Punimunde for 21 days versus that's the 70 days have sort of kept me from expanding that. I don't need the steel yet. We probably will. Yeah, let's get some paratroopers. Okay, bunch of more factories have come online now. Yes, artillery, but also aircraft. Yeah. Right, okay. These are the reconnaissance. Let's go down to that. Let's do a little more trains. A little more automobiles. year. Well, let's do a little more than that. Get that up and going. So we'll get some of those in production. One more. Well, that leaves us with 3. I don't think I've ever had a game that I felt I've had too many fighters here. So let's get the fighters going. Let's go back to this group. Let's move you down to here. That way you'll be able to operate further down into Spain. Okay. Folsom Jaeger Division, nice. Does anybody in chat have any particular priorities here they think we should focus on? Reichsarbeitsdienst, maybe. I'm happy for input. Might not take it. If you like, say, surrender to the Soviets now. No, not going to take that. Point Albert Speer can't do that yet. Well, yeah, let's do the Reichsarbeitsdienst. The National Labor Service. Research or the oil. Yeah, the synthetic oil is not a bad idea. That is... Hello, Turnlow. Okay, so... Let's see. This game has economic fatigue. Where is it here? It's here. We're right now in crumbling economy. I'm disagreeing with, again, this is one of my major disagreements with this game for the time period. We are at 61%. We're in crumbling economy. This would make it 2% worse. Where this would make it 4% better. So okay, so we'll make it 2% worse and get our synthetic industry up and running, and then we'll make it 4% better. Okay, political favors. Worsening economy is Just looking to see if there's something here. Okay, so we can do that. There are defense zones, 5 factories, 4 factories. Okay, good to see special projects here. To see if any of those would help our crumbling economy. Fall of Shanghai. Okay, well, the Japanese are moving rapidly. They've landed and taken Shanghai. They're pushing up there. Global organization, nothing there, okay. We'll remove one. Now, will any of these... Now, Uncharted, I don't think Uncharted is watching all of this, unfortunately. I would, from my readings, from my understanding, Hjalmar Schacht, of the top people in the National Socialist government, I don't think Hjalmar Schacht was particularly a National Socialist. He was a nationalist. He might have even been an ultra-nationalist, but I don't see him as a National Socialist. But of the leaders in power, he is the one, in my opinion, that understands economies the best. I would have him, while he's in power here, reduce the crumbling economy effects. That would be one of the things I would have him do, as opposed to other people here. So yeah, that would be one thing that I would see about doing, is to have him there's a reason to keep him around to improve the situation there. Yeah, let's get naval research speed up. Okay, well, looks like they're now supporting this attack. Well, okay, good. So Franco's now supporting our attack. We're attacking from multiple directions, and we just got the BF-109 into researched. Okay. I want to look over here at Luftwaffe. Part of what you should try to do with a game like this is integrate the national focuses with your research things. Like, I held off on researching the tanks until I got this 100% bonus, because I guess in theory you don't need to go down this path here, but if you want to get some of the later models of Tigers, this is probably a good way to go. So you might as well not, research that. You research the tanks until you get So So I'm just looking here, continue 109. Okay, so this is later, the F4 G6 K9. So that's down here. So we're not really risking too much by coming in here a little early. But yeah, let's get this going. Oh, and still think there's going to be artillery and heavy artillery, but I think we're going to focus a little bit more on bombers, transports. Let's just get, I know we'll get another bunch of those, but let's get that going. Okay, we're now down by aluminum. So, So I don't know why they pulled it out of the aluminum no longer from Hungary. Now you still have the bauxite there, but you don't have the aluminum. There may be some very good reason. I'd love to just hear why. Do we have a bunch of aluminum factories that just need bauxite? Oh, okay, core aluminum smelter. Yeah, let's... Oh, well, I closed one. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, well. Click to be nullified when this... Okay, I didn't read close. I was thinking activate, just because I don't know why I want to close it. I guess to save manpower or something. Okay, so, are we... Okay, wait a moment. Let's now come back to here now that we've canceled that. Why don't... Okay, oh, reactivate. Okay, here we go. Did I just miss that before? I'm not sure. Okay, now the other thing we're going to research is Panzer IV's. Yay! Yeah, this is the one here. Let's get these up here. Okay, bauxite we're down to 9, and now what we're down is on rubber. Now, we will be very soon getting synthetic factories and synthetic refineries. Now, I just want to come in here and okay, so we're getting from synthetic refinery output. Yeah, we'll wait to deal with the rubber once we get some more synthetic refineries going. Okay, the 1937 Imperial Conference, all right, and that's for the British Empire. Okay, new class of U-boats. Good. We're probably going to stay away from the Graf Zeppelin. Sorry, naval guys. We're just not playing that much of a naval campaign. Just look there. Do anti-aircraft. No. Get in these weird sort of places that there's very little good to research. Well, I guess we could do that. Good, now we're back up to 3 armored divisions. Because I lost one. I was a bad enough general that I lost one. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia requests sales of an airplane from our fighter reserves. Consumer goods. No, I don't think I want to send them any fighters, sorry. Or bombers. Okay, this is almost done. We're gonna wait a bit. Ah, an operative can be recruited. Okay, tough. Okay, well, I haven't been playing spy mode well, have we? Okay, the team had no trouble getting into the country. Defy. Okay, well, this is post-mortem. I'm playing this very well, I know. Had no trouble getting into the country and definitely avoided the tail. The enemy counterintelligence. Our agent has successfully obtained examples of the enemy's encryption machines. Well, very good. So we successfully did that spy mission. Well. Well, let's see. What are you trying to look at the different? Well, let's send you to there. Build a spy network there. You can build one in Paris. And well, maybe we should have you building one down. Oh yeah, down in Austria. Okay, Tom Gaming, sorry. I guess I don't know whether it's the stream or the game is not pleasing you, but have a good day or evening. Thanks for being here. Hopefully see you some other time. Maybe you'll enjoy. Tomorrow we're going to be live playing War Thunder. Maybe that's more to your enjoyment. Question: is it advantageous to rotate units into Spain to give them combat experience? Oh, well, now we can push into here. Okay, here. It might be, in the sense, I'd have to send this unit home, and then send another one there, because this unit could become higher level veterans. Lone Wanderer says yes. So it could be, but we only have one division at a time here. So yeah, it could be. Okay, nationalize synthetic industries. Now, because we are now at 64% crumbling economy, let's do this, which will get us back to 60% economy. Yeah, let's just research something. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do the fighters. Sort of want to skip production of the first version of the 109. Okay, so now let's see about crushing this pocket up here. Now that they've occupied all the way here with me, and this looks weak. So if we can crush the Catalonia pocket. Now definitely you can play more detailed than I'm playing here live for you guys. Slower. If you want. Oh, well, they took Nanking and they lost it, and then they took it back. Well, interesting. Now, what I'm going to try to do here is can I so they don't want me to send. Will cost. Oh, I don't have 50 political power. Okay. Maybe when I get 50 political power, I can try this again. Send an observer team to China. See how the Japanese wage war. Heavy anti-air. Well, let's look at our current production of heavy anti-air. Okay, I know those we can. Yeah, let's. Okay, I don't know if it was because we were pushing into mountains or this unit was better on the defense there, but we failed. Okay. I don't know whether it's a supply problem. Well, seeing that, okay. Well, we got the Reichsarbeitsdienst. Bad idea to attack. Yeah, I know. I wish I could have sent the sort of traditional 3 divisions that the standard game. Okay, now here this would help us The Reichsbahn, we're going to do this next. Deutsches Arbeiters Front. Front, yeah. Industrial Research Consumer Economy Factory. Yeah, we'll do this because this will also help our crumbling stability and whatnot. So the Reichsbahn. Reich Autobahn, I should say. The Reichsbahn is the, well, no, yeah, this is the Reich Autobahn, yeah. The Reichsbahn is the railway, Reich Autobahn is the car railway. Now, it's about this time historically that they got, I'm not good on dates, that they got Austria. So we're behind schedule here. Here, okay. We can't add any more, but what we can do is dump that, which will maybe give us enough, probably not. No, not enough yet. I didn't think so, but just... And also a massive reduction in economic fatigue. Well, very good. Okay, so what, back over here, let's, well, keep wanting to see trucks. Okay, well, yeah, let's throw in a motorized division. And we can add another division there. There we go. Try to continue to expand the army. I'm not against the idea of having caps on how fast you can expand the army. I just was unaware of how big it needed to be for Austria, really, and that it was going to be capped more than simply by this. Okay, well, in training. So once we get some of the ones in training into the field, then we'll have enough. So we just need 100 or 750,000. So we need about half of the ones that are in training in there. Then we can get Austria. Now we are full on our storage. So what we're going to do is build a fuel silo. I guess postmark. And up here we can do 2 of those, because I would love to store up enough fuel for the war. I'm not saying we will store up enough fuel. Okay, we're having supply problems here, so I'm going to move you back here to see if we can get out of the supply problems, which is of course hurting our organization levels and whatnot. Okay, we're no longer having supply problems here. Yay. And we have more divisions. Okay, these guys are not well trained, I know that. We very well may train up. This is so cool. You know, I'm just excited by when I hit this and I see them going up. The rails are becoming relevant to this game. That is, they were so relevant in reality. And I'm just so glad that we have that here now as being a real thing here. as well. Hello. Sorry. Court Ville, and then 1 through 8. Hello, how you doing? Good to have you here. Are you a Hearts of Iron player? So you're new here. Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Of course, well, good. I don't know if you're familiar with this mod, but this is the World Ablaze mod we're playing here. Okay, now we are organized up, so let's push into this. Oh, come on. There we go. Well, it is a total conversion to a more historical game. So if you're looking at a more historically based game, I would definitely recommend it. Okay, we're in November 37, so if we start doing some 38 technologies, might not be too terrible. Yeah, we'll do that as well. Now, if you'll notice what I am doing here, and no, wrong. I haven't upgraded to these new versions yet. Why? Well, I know that, well, I don't know how big it is, but I know that going from one version of the 109 to another version of the 109 is not as bad a hit to your efficiency as jumping from 109s to 190s or putting it over to attackers or something like that. So it may not be very big of a disruption, but this is going to be coming pretty soon. So just spam out as more of these as I can efficiently. And then we'll switch over to a, leapfrog over this. So we're going to do that. Which is, well, Germany's my favorite country to play. That is very much to be. It is the nation that drives drives the war until the 37 days, 35 days. We're going to wait. We're going to build panzers until the last third of the war. Germany is the main driving factor in World War II. Okay. Now, do realize with this mod, what they've done is doubled the number of factories basically in the game and adjusted things accordingly. So this way, if you're, it's a better balancing situation. So realize you got to keep that in mind of what's the balance of the mod. So yeah, it may seem like a lot, but it's not really that big. You need around 6 armored divisions before the war. Well, very good to know. We are currently just doing one at a time, and I lost one. So yeah. And to a point, Cortervelli, I guess I'll call you that. You got to sort of, this is a bit of a learning process to get away from the standard game to get into it. And I'm still just learning getting over to this. Okay, condors. Now, we'll improve our anti-aircraft, and now that we have condors, I'm going to put the condors in production. So I like condors. Oh, okay, we need more aluminum, or as the English would say, aluminium. So let's see if we can come over here and we need more bauxite. Okay, we need more bauxite, which we can get from, we just go up one, which will take, and they've also expanded the number of civilian factories, but also adjusted things with that. Or 1,200 light tanks. Okay, good to know, Lone Wanderer. I'm building 2 production lines of the light tanks, Panzer IIs. I don't know if this is enough factories for that, and Panzer Is. I really think by now this should be at full efficiency. I think the ramping up is too slow. I like the idea that you you don't instantaneously get full. Okay, we need actually a little bit more bauxite, it looks like. Full efficiency right off the bat when you're doing stuff, but now hopefully now we can. Okay. It's strong, quite easy, and as you said, driving force in World 2, just find winning against the Allies very, very especially. Okay, well, yeah, I understand that it might be too easy because of the bad AIs and whatnot for combat. I get that. I'm looking for a historical game. And on that note, we're going to end the episode, not the live stream. Everyone who's live here, please hang loose. But those watching later on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. And of course, please post your comments. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, I'm just going to make a quick save here, grab a Coke, and we'll be continuing. I'll be right back. Like I said, I'm going to grab a Coke so I can keep talking. So just hang loose for a moment. Almost back. Almost back. All right, here. All right. Let's start another episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at the World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron IV. And hey, if you're new here, please hit the subscribe button. And of course, everyone, hopefully I'm earning you licking that like button. It's very tasty, so give it a good lick. See if you like that. And add you to him. There we go. Building up some cores here. For the future coming of the war. And for, we're behind schedule for this, time-wise, but so let's continue. Now, I would require Pact of Steel to get Anschluss to keep Italy from freaking out. But what other... Well, let's see. We just recently completed a Reich bond, which really helped our economy from going too bad here. Okay, they want the Deutsches Arbeitsfront before doing this. This is the German Labor Front. Gain base stability. It's reducing base stability. Don't know why. KDF organization. That gets us a lot of base stability. IG Farben. We don't really need steel mills at the moment, so let's do this. Okay, so we pushed into here. That's planes. These guys are all messed up, so let's charge into there. There we go. But now, oh good. They made I was about ready to turn around and back out. Let's attack back this way. It's as much about just disrupting the enemy as it is about taking territory. Okay, they're coming that way, and we're going to defend here for the moment. Good. And you're going to push there, so we're going to push up to here. Take this factory away from the Republicans. And cut these two divisions off. Okay, we are continuing. We're adding fuel silos because we've stockpiled all the fuel we can do. We are continuing to add to convoys. I know. Oh, right. Well, we do want more fuel silos. But I am worried about things like building enough panzers. So... let's throw in a couple of more factories, get Alcat and others building back in Berlin. Okay, Panzer IIIs are researched. I think this is gifted with taking Czechoslovakia, so I'm going to stay away from that. But I'm not sure. Somebody knows, either now or later. You should type it. Let me know. I'd like to know. Yeah, I guess we'll do the reconnaissance aircraft. If I don't, probably wish I did some other time. Okay, well that didn't last very long, and we now have events or decisions timing out. Okay, let's get ahead of the English with that. Oh, what we want to do here is come over here and send an attaché. They will accept. Good. Now I want to do it for two reasons. One, yes, it does help with the game, but mostly, quite honestly, I want to do it so that I can show you guys while playing the current situation better in Asia. You get, yeah, I figured. Thank you, Lone Wanderer. Yes, I presume so. So we'll not waste time on that. The AI just cannot be made to understand reserves. I don't know. That's part of the problem. They send too much stuff to the front. Okay, so we're gonna skip doing that. Okay, well this is almost done. I know over here combined arms, anti-tank infantry, mechanized bonus research, army. Oh, here, yeah, okay. Has research. Okay, so this actually formation of the Panzerwaffe. They want me to do the 251. So let's do the 251. The Sonderkraftwagen. There we go. Send 2 divisions to Japan before they close the sea lanes. Ooh, that may be an idea. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but now if you're talking about as a expeditionary force, I know that gets returned once the war starts, once you go to war. So I don't know about sending it off to the war. Now, if you're just talking once you get in the same faction and can just stand there normally, that's a different matter. Okay. Okay, this doesn't hurt. Expand the KDF. More base stability. Has completed more than... Okay, so we got to wait 70 days after completing that. All right. Invest in IG Farben. Return them back yourself. Yeah, okay. Research gain. Because this is the one I'm really sort of waiting on. Well, well, one thing I need to do is update the... Yeah, let's do invest in Gemma. Okay, but one thing I'm remembering now that, well, maybe I already did it now. Here we have a new class of the Type 9A. So what I want to do with this is hit the plus symbol, so once it's done, and once this is done here, so we're going to hit the plus symbol, we will switch over to from Type 7s to Type 9s. Yeah, aeronautic wouldn't have been a bad option. One of the things I'm looking at here is this is coming here and then this. So if we could push through some of this, and computing a little bit faster would be nice. So that's sort of what I'm timing that for. Aeronautic will be hitting a bunch more, well, soon there. Yeah, not bad. So yeah, we'll see about doing that. Okay, Aragon declared war on Spain. Okay, so anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War. So this is a pathetic situation here. Of course, yeah, let's join this. Then go back and hopefully scoop up that little bit of territory. Ah, yes, okay. Where is the Type 9? Hey, let's do that. And yes, we now have Panzer IVs and Panzer IIIs, early models. That is probably where our next factories are going to go to start production lines there. I hope I'm producing enough Panzer IIs. You were saying light Panzers 1200. So, no, this is what I want to look at here. Now, we don't have 1200 extra light Panzers, though we do have, what is it, 3 divisions right now, because I lost a division. Yes, I know. It was a bad generalship of my doing. Yeah, no locations. So we're going to put that over there. Just get it near our Panzer divisions. Decisions, internal factions, yes. Okay, how is our economy? Right now we're back to 58%. Well, good. Which you can see all the negative elements. I disagree with this. I don't disagree with it over time. You know, eventually he's right that what they're doing has negative effects, but I see the German economy doing much better at this time. Now that's how I see it. Now that doesn't mean I'm correct, and Uncharted is wrong, but just my, you know, civilian factory speed negative 58%. That, you know, I know I'm not building any civilian factories right now, but still that seems. Now mentioning that, railway construction speed, civilian factory speed. Now, probably when I get more political power, it's probably time to put Goering in charge. This civilian factory removal here really pisses me off. I know they're calling it industry vampire, but I would remove that. I need to see good, solid evidence that just a 15% military factory construction speed is somehow worth every 4 months losing a civilian factory. That's what Goring was doing. I just... I just don't get it. Creation of the Panzer Corps? Yeah, we can see about getting to that. Okay, like I said, submarines for our Navy here. Okay. There we go. So we've got 2 production lines going with submarines now, 1 production line of destroyers, and a production line of convoys. So the 11th. So yeah, so we're doing pretty good with getting convoys out there. Might suggest rotating as many units through Spain to give them experience before you go to war. Okay, we could do that. Okay, what? Okay, so you're talking about decisions, internal. Factors here? Or are you talking about national focuses? I'm not seeing. Oh, here, creation of Panzer Corps here. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see what you're talking about here. Okay. Okay, so we have a mix of things. Thank you, Lone Warrior. Thank you. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to achieve this, but good to know about it. Well, I guess just recall the failed means reserves here, yeah. How do I recall? I don't know that I've ever recalled a volunteer corps. I don't know how to do this unless somebody recall volunteers. Oh, okay. Is there a like I said, I don't know that I've ever done it. I mean, I've played this game a hell of a lot, but I don't know that I've ever done this. Send back. I may be here and I'm just not. Oh, here up top. Most I was up top and I was down in the bottom. Okay, now what we're going to do here is we're going to create another Panzer Corps of a single division. And let's look at our options here. We had been, of course, running Guderian, which is a very good choice. Historically, it was von Thoma who was the main commander there, but let's thinking about Rommel, because I'm seeing Rommel at 2. Why would you make Rommel 2? I know he has all these great traits. Okay, Corps commander, brilliant strategist, politically connected. He was, at this time, approximately, he was, like I say, approximately at this time, he was in charge of the army's bodyguard unit for Hitler. So he was hanging out with Hitler at approximately this time. Don't hold me to these exact dates, but he's written and published his book, Infantry Attacks. I've read it 3 or 4 times. Great book. Highly recommend it to anybody just wants to understand Rommel, wants to understand World War II, wants to understand World War I, or anybody who really wants to understand small unit infantry tactics, including the modern world. I know it's World War I, but still, it's a very, very good book. Read it if you're at all interested in these topics. So, but like right now, he's now. Of course, there's also the SS bodyguard element for Hitler too. But there was also an army element. Flexible tactician, fine armored officer, new blood. Well, I don't know. I see what it means here. Leader gain experience fast, but he was a World War I war hero, definitely. Infantry leader, yes. Trickster, okay. Now, before we decide that, I'm going to come over here and I want to look at Dietel. Where's Dietel here? He's in here somewhere with the hatch marks because okay. See, Dietel, politically connected, media personality, flexible tactician, new blood, mountaineer. Again, people. Rommel should have mountaineer. Rommel was in the Bavarian army, which is sort of a sub-army, if you will, of it was one of the armies of Imperial Germany. There was also the Prussian army. There was the Bavarian army. Rommel was a member of the Bavarian army. Rommel commands, I don't remember exactly the infantry unit that he's commanding early on. Early in the war, he eventually gets wounded, but he's out operating on the invasion of Belgium and France and whatnot, gets wounded. After that, he is put in a more mountain command unit situation and sent to fight in the Romanian front alongside the Austrians, but in a German unit in the mountains. Mountain expert, and if you read Infantry Attacks, you learn all this. And then he comes over and fights on the against the Italians, and I forget the mountain but it's the highest peak around here. He gets the Blue Max, the Pour le Mérite, for taking the highest award for summiting and taking the summit. A little bit of controversy over that. So he is a mountain unit commander. He would have made an excellent mountain unit commander in World War World War II, and he fully got that qualification in World War I. So I know it may seem to be making Rommel out to be a super leader here, but he should also be a mountain unit commander. Now, of course, he was a supreme, mobile warfare, armored warfare unit guy, and the only reason most historians agree about this is that he gets the 7th Panzer Division, which is Panzer Division equipped with Czechoslovakian tanks, is because he's been, whispering or talking to Adolf Hitler about armored warfare and getting best buddies with Hitler in armored warfare. And so it's sort of Hitler's influence that gets him into the armored warfare business, as it were, in time for, Fall Gelb and going after France, and does excellent there. But he is not someone coming up through von Kleist's, because he's the one that's basically running, where's von Kleist is in here somewhere, is right here. He's running the sort of armored warfare development with Guderian as sort of the guy who is actually sort of coming up with all of this stuff. What's the purpose of sending units to Japan to get stronger ties, more experience, XP, just train units? Yeah, you can also put the Chinese a bit too for the Japanese. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna send Rommel, but he should have. Well, we'll come over here and let's grab. But so that's obviously going to Spain is not historically what happened. Like I say, he was. Talking to Hitler a lot, but he, in my opinion, he would not have been granted a sort of do a tan, I don't know, maybe, yeah, like that, tan for the desert, granted an armored division had it not been for Hitler's influence. Losing once every 4 months, slow, haven't tried this mod in a while. Hello, Solveri, how you doing? Why didn't I see that over on, maybe I just wasn't paying attention. Oh yes, I wasn't paying attention at that time. Okay, yes, yeah, so one for having Goering. Now again, here, Walter Funk, or in English, Walter Radio, he is really just Goering's puppet. So these two, in my mind, sort of represent the same thing. How many... In a year, three a year. So in 1 year, we'll lose this. Now that'll be getting 30. Yeah. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm probably not going to send somebody off to Japan. I'm just going to leave that to Japan situation. Okay, so we could do the Bloomberg-Fritsch affairs, which grants political power gain, division, organization. That removes advisor Fritsch there, but it allows formation of the OKW and pushes down these things. So this is something of a negativity element here. Okay. But we still can't do Anschluss. Let's do 14 days of that. Now, can I, well, yes, let's see, we're going to send Erwin Rommel. Oh, okay, since the division still isn't back yet, we can't send another one yet. Okay, even though he's already left. Hasn't arrived home yet. Okay, they've returned. Okay, well now we can start researching down here. Okay, good. Do we want to wait? Oh, we could do this now. So that'll improve our... Yeah, we're going to go down the German path here. Just to play sort of historically. Okay. Experienced troops here. Like so, experience level matters. You can see experience level 16 regular gives 25% modifier to combat. So what you can do here is well, no. Is select him basically. Select all these guys. Hit this cog wheel here, and you'll see these units start to train. Now this unit is trained, so it. Okay, pause. I'll explain what's going on. See, this is a recruit division, so this is negative 50% modifier in combat. This is green, 10%. These guys are regulars. These guys are well trained, are whatever. So now what this does, the negative element of this is it will cost equipment. It will burn through equipment. So I don't particularly like this because this was implemented in a time which we still don't really have. We don't have supply. We have supply effects. We now have fuel back in the game. Originally, we didn't have fuel. We have fuel in the game, but we don't have supply in the game. So supply, is sort of a nebulous term, which does, to a point, look at food. But really, we could say, yeah, supply is, replacement boots, replacement whatever. But supply really is munitions in a way. So you're burning up your artillery pieces here. So it's the idea of when you build this artillery piece, there's 36 of them here. When you build this artillery piece, you also build a lifetime's worth of ammunition for it. Now, of course, that's ridiculous, but that's the way the game is set up. So you don't want to, so if, it's just ridiculous. Now, you can only get the unit or the units up to like whatever regular or fully trained or whatever. I forget the details. Sorry guys, I don't always pay attention to all the details. But being combat veteran status improves things beyond that. And of course, the only way you can get combat veteran status is to have them in combat. So yeah, and Lone Warrior at 26 plus 50%. So it does matter. It does help. I just don't overly focus on it maybe as much as maybe I should. Let's see, it was maybe or air doctrine reduction. Oh, that would be good. 21 days. Efficiency aeronautical long range escorts. But that would help with that. Okay. I'm looking to see if there's anything here that's really going to help my economy. Reduce some of those nasty effects. That would. Auxiliary Autobahn. But they also talk about getting Austria in to help with that. Panamunde 21. I don't know that I need the research slots. Yes, we've got that. Yeah, we'll do the Great Sky War. So it was a tragedy and a mess up of mine to get a whole division lost. I take the full blame for it. So now we have this guy at experience level 26, veteran. Well, currently it's combat modifiers plus 75%. And we're almost to level 27. So he is like a really kick-ass division, shall we say now. He's fully equipped. Currently, well, mostly 221s, all Panzer 1s, not Panzer 2s. Now, what I can do here, I believe, and I don't normally pay too much attention to this, where? Motorization priority. Select. No. Upgrade priority here. I don't know. Here, modern motorization priority. Now this is to get supplies. Not. Again, I normally don't worry about this. Now, is it more on the theater level here? Okay, we're gonna new theater. Okay. Equipment. Somewhere that. Maybe it's last stand, force attack. I don't know. Somewhere you can set the priority for reinforcements or replacements here. Maybe it's here. Again, like I say, I'm showing my ignorance. I don't remember. But there's some... to try to get it to modernize. Or maybe it's just being back in Germany will do it. Now that we're no longer... Yeah, well, that's not updating that. That's the tab on the top. Okay. Top of what? Equipment details. Sorry to, okay, logistics, okay, logistics, there we go, we're in logistics, equipment type, yeah, sorry, no, well, maybe I'll, oh well. Deployment. Upgrades, high priority. Let's do that. That's maybe what I'm looking for. Okay. And we need to, well, I'm going to, because I'm going to at some point put Goering in charge, I believe. Let's start building another civilian factory here. Now, what we're also going to come do here is start building some Panzer IIIs. Okay, so now we're back, and I'm going to build another civilian factory. So now we're back to here. Let's... Rommel is still taking time to get there en route, 9 days. Okay, well, take some time. 7 days, we'll... Great Sky War, okay, so that... Air doctrine, so we'll improve some air doctrines there. Heavy fighter. Okay, well, what I still want to do is get this as soon as possible. So what we're going to do is come over here and we're going to deploy this division, not fully trained, which is not a good idea, and we're going to see if that, no, let's just do these two. No. Okay, so we need to just like 2 more divisions. No, I don't want to wait. There we go. Now we can do this. We have enough men in the army and enough divisions on their border. And let's get this going. Now, historically, what sort of happens is, and I'm not going to go into too much detail here, is in 1933, when Hitler comes to power in Germany, a Nazi takes it into his head to assassinate the leader of Austria. Oh, bloody hell. Seyss-Inquart. I wanted to make sure it wasn't which one I was talking about. Seyss-Inquart gets assassinated. So the Nazi party is banned in Austria. You know, you sort of assassinate the prime minister, you get your party banned. We'll do the computing first, of course. And so that doesn't go well for the Germans, the Nazis. So, I think it's 1935, I believe. Hitler, who after Hindenburg's death, Hitler, of course, brings the offices of Chancellor and the office of the President over to one, merges the two. There's only sometimes a vice chancellorship under I just joined this series. Why pick? Okay, hello, Keenan Butler. Good to have you here. Well, it's a good mod. It is a mod that tries to be very historical. So it is a total conversion mod that's trying to make a more historically based game than the sort of standard versions of Hearts of Iron 4. So it is a competitor of like Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 4. So if you're looking for something that is historical, this is a good option. Not the only, not like I'm saying, it's fully, good. Okay, so now that we've got these guys to trained level, we'll let them exercise a little bit more. That's why I'm picking this mod, and it's recently sort of been updated for the more recent versions of HOI IV. So, like I say, Vice Chancellor is only a sometimes position in the German government, and of course, the deal that gets Hitler into power is, Hindenburg approves it because there's no majority government for Germany in 1933. No one's clearly won the election. The Hindenburg's party is very much in the minority, but the left is highly fractured between the communists and the socialists, and there's some sort of, I forget the party name, some, liberal Democrat types is fractured. So there is not a clear majority. But the sort of largest party in the elections, not a majority, but the largest party is the National Socialists. Goering, I know I'm jumping around a bit, but Goering had been basically the speaker of the Reichstag. He had been, because of trying to get Nazi influence to support the nationalist government, to get generally get popular support, because Goering is, a popular ace, leader of the flying circus from World War I. All of those kind of conditions, he's been the speaker of the Reichstag, or the House, the Parliament, for some time, even though he, again, from a minority party. So, yeah, Hindenburg dies, Hitler consolidates the office, and at that time removes boy, I blank on names just as I want to call them up. Franz von Papen, who had been chancellor before Hitler, who becomes Hitler's vice chancellor. So once Hindenburg is dead, the vice chancellorship office is gotten rid of, and that is in 1934. In 1935, I forget the exact date, Franz von Papen is a strong believing Catholic. I forget where he's from. I'm going to guess the south of Germany, but there's sprinklings of Catholics around other parts of Germany too. I don't know. So Franz von Papen, being a staunch Catholic, I believe a Knight of Malta, sort of a continuing, knightly order and other things like that, he is sent down as sort of special plenipotentiary, or whatever his exact title is, to Austria. His goal in being sent down to Austria ultimately is Anschluss, is unification between Germany and Austria. That is his goal. At first, he's working along the lines to just get the Nazi party unbanned. He does that. And you're probably hearing the sirens in the background. They're coming to get me. No, it's just the fire department. They're coming to put out my fire. Sorry, my NVIDIA broadcast voice, my NVIDIA broadcast stuff to get rid of the background sounds is, I'm in transition between computers and is going to be on the new computer, so sorry about the background noise. So he gets the Nazi Party back to being legal status. Political party uniforms are still banned in Austria and are banned until unification. Though the SA does publicly appear, but not in what would be considered a uniform. But so they're operating in there. Got them into the acceptable part. He just a few months prior to, I believe it is, prior to Anschluss, Franz von Papen gets a couple of Austrian Nazis to be part of the cabinet. I'm very leery of people's labels of governments or of political parties. Well, no, not Schweiz-Inkert. Oh, no, not Schuschnigg, because he's the one who takes over. No, not Schweiz-Inkert. Boy, not Schuschnigg, because he is, Schweiz-Inkert is, I guess, and now that I'm remembering here, he, and I don't know that that's the right picture, is the Nazi leader in Austria. Wife's cooking again. Don't have a wife, but yeah, it would be nice to have someone cooking here other than myself. Oh boy, not Schuschnigg. I forget. Eggsingler or something. I forget. Who was assassinated? Sorry. But there's the Fatherland Front, and that's sort of the political flag of the Fatherland Front. The titles of like fascist is often pushed around a lot onto governments and parties that are not fascist. Franco was not a fascist, people. Franco was not a fascist. There were fascist members in the Nationalist Coalition. Franco is a nationalist. Franco is an authoritarian. Franco is a dictator. Authoritarians and dictators are not necessarily fascist. Now, they may have fascistic qualities to their government or their parties, but that doesn't make them fascism. Fascism is a particular thing. I'm not sure whether the Fatherland Front is really more of a nationalist coalition or more fascist. But they are an ultra-nationalistic Austrian political party, for sure. And that's more of a political party flag than any national flag. It is also, and one thing very different than the National Socialists or Nazis in, you are playing World Ablaze. Yeah, that's sort of, you can put the fire out. We're lighting the world ablaze here. Nazis are anti-Christians. Yeah, I know they sort of tried to create a pseudo-Christian church, but that was just a smoke front. Nazis are anti-Christians. Hitler's an anti-Christian. The Fatherland Front is very strongly pro-Catholic. So there's a right-wing divide in Austria between the Fatherland Front and the National Socialists. Because of the growing popularity of the National Socialist in Austria, Schuschnigg wants to hold a plebiscite, a national vote. Sorry if I know a lot of you guys are very informed about some of these, terms like plebiscite, but I see enough people that don't know terms, so I sometimes will probably over-define some stuff. Plebiscite to get a national referendum on should they, unify with Germany. What should happen? Now, of course, he's hoping that he will have a coalition of the Fatherland Front, which are nationalistic and anti-Nazi, particularly in the religious area, and also particularly strongly pro-Catholic. Got to remember, because yes, there is Bavaria, which is a predominantly Catholic state within Germany, but a lot of Austrians are going to see Germany as a Protestant if you will, culturally viewpoint country, and they might not want to be dominated by a Protestant, Protestant government, Protestant whatever. And again, I'm not talking religion as much as I'm talking cultural viewpoints here. So he's hoping to get these people to vote for it, as well as to get, liberals, socialists, and communists to vote against Anschluss, because, of course, that would put the Nazis in charge. So he's trying to get a coalition of everybody to vote against unification. Now, Hitler doesn't want this to happen, because even though he may believe that Anschluss, which is popular in Austria, is going to win, it might not win very big. And you don't want to be going, oh, what, 54% want union? Well, what about the, 46% that don't want Anschluss? So Hitler does a military invasion of Austria. It is clearly a military invasion. Now, it is a peaceful invasion in that it is not opposed. No one is shooting guns. It is just an occupation, but it is a military occupation. He then, after getting in there and getting in control of everything, holds the plebiscite. But if you look at the, and I do for Third Reich events, have the voting sample of it. It's a, it's a simple sort of ticket, sort of like this kind of thing that, vote on, Anschluss, blah, blah, blah. Big circle here, check this off for support of Anschluss, Hitler, and, series of Nazi leaders. Small little circle, literally a big circle like this here. Small little circle is opposed. Now, my understanding is, now, I don't know, correct me if anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is somebody sort of, people are watching over your shoulder as you're ticking off either this big circle or this little circle and then putting it into the box. So people are paying attention as to how you're voting. To the best of my knowledge, now you don't assign your name to it, or anything like that, but they're watching. So my understanding is they're watching. And it comes in at a highly in favor of Anschluss with that. So, and now this is, of course, the Hitler-controlled vote. So I would not call it a free and fair vote. It is a controlled vote. There are multiple ones during the National Socialist regime. Definitely the one that happens in Austria is not in my opinion, a free and fair. Let's do another fuel silo. There we go. Free and fair vote. And like I say, there's multiple ones going along at different points of the National Socialist regime, including a bit later than this. And yes, the Nazis always win, but it's always that good. I consider it completely unimportant who in the party will vote or how, but what is extreme, I'm reading what Lone Wanderer says, important is who will count the votes and how. Absolutely, it's that kind of thing. But if you look at it's they're sort of tick the boxes, support this, tick the big circle that's literally 4 or 5 times as large as the small circle. It's, if you had the power of your convictions, you can vote against whatever. And how do I put this? I don't know that it's going to hugely negatively impact your life if you're just some factory worker somewhere. I don't want to try to diminish that too much. But if you're trying to, you know, be any sort of civic leader, any sort of anything like that. Now realize, I think it was in 1936, getting ready for, you know, May Day is really popular in socialist countries. The 1st of May, the workers' holiday, and the National Socialists really like, because they're socialists, like May Day. So they get together and do the Deutsches Arbeitersfront, the German Workers' Front, which is the National Socialist Labor Union, if you will, does a big reach out to mainly the socialist labor unions. Not the communism has already sort of been banned, but to the socialist unions. And again, I think this is in 1936. Reach out. Let's do a big German joint May Day celebration. The socialists and the National Socialists together. We're not going to divide ourselves by party lines. We're all going to do this together. Yay, have one big party for all of the workers. Workers, you know, unite. All this kind of stuff. So they hold this big, super nationwide 1936 May Day celebration. One of the biggest May Days. Nazis always celebrate May 1st as one of their big holidays. Boom, goes off without a hitch. Big celebration. May 2nd, all of the Socialist Labor Union headquarters around Germany are raided simultaneously, and all of their records are seized, and most of the labor leaders are arrested the next day. Not May the 5th, not May the 7th, May the 2nd, the day after this big joint function. Now, probably most of the guys who were setting up the function, you know, the joint thing, didn't know that the raid was planned for the next day, but this was all planned, you know, high up to have this happen. So this is how, and people see this, is how the National Socialist regime reacts, how it acts, how it does. So when you have, and so they get all the all the records of who's members of the labor union, and yeah, there are a lot of people who, you know, were in whatever labor union later joined the Deutsches Arbeitersfront, the German Workers' Front. Certainly, you think they're going to get moved up in union, up the progression levels? No. Yeah, they might be able to join. Yeah, they might, be a member of the union, but they're not going to be leadership positions because they were formerly of some other, in some other union, and whatnot. So the National Socialists are, have this reputation going on. So the mere fact that you can vote against the regime, there's going to be consequences to that. So you just have to keep that in mind whenever you're looking at any of these vote totals anywhere where the Nazis control the situation. So just keep that in mind. So whenever I or somebody else talks about it, okay. Now we have that one in development, but we've got to D1, though we may switch over to the Emil eventually, and we've got to better bombers. We're not going to wait for that. So let's come back over here. Let's come to here, and we're going to go to the D1. Okay, we've lost all. Now we might have been grinding up some improvement there. Okay, we're gonna wait for the next just 10 days. Here, let's see. We're going to go from the JU-86 to the Heinkel HE-111. Again, we're losing all of our thing now. Supposedly, and I'm not saying it's wrong, I just haven't experienced it, going from the D1 to the Emil, the E model, will be just a minor bump in the road, as it were, or whatnot, in loss of efficiency. Let's... How are we doing? Okay, we're still haven't caught up with artillery, and we're behind on trucks by 8,000. Wow. Okay, so we need a lot more trucks. How does that hold up? What? How will we get? How do we get 8,000 trucks down? Was it? Oh. Well, supply trucks. Well, we're going to max out the trucks then. Okay, well, and we need... You probably motorized your logistics. That's it. That's it. Let me... That's it. I think I did. Where do I unmotorize my logistics? Here. Okay. It's this one, isn't it? Well, division designer. Okay. When designing divisions. I don't... I don't know. I may have clicked on something, but I don't think this is motorized. Truck 17. That shouldn't be 8,000 divisions if I'm, you know, 8,000 trucks. I don't have that many. Do you have motorized? Yeah, I have a motorized division in training here. Single one. Truck 700, but that's just one division. 700 trucks. That doesn't get you 8,000 trucks. And I have one Panzer division, which... Let's go back to default symbol here. Which is 300 trucks and plus for each one. I have 3 of those divisions plus 1 in training. Upgrade, supply truck, supply, oh boy. See if, well, here I'm seeing this is, and this is what I think you're talking about here, the horse here. And over here is the horse, motorization priority for railway gun. They're all, I think, are horses. 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 Huh. No, I don't know. Well, okay, let's support company and division designer. Well, these here are engineering. I haven't met a horse-drawn field hospital, horse-drawn logistics, recon. Yeah, no, horse-drawn logistics company here for the standard division. Oh, well, maybe, here. No, they don't have it for the Austrian divisions I just got. Schnell division. No, it doesn't look like it. I mean, those are just cavalry. Hello, Ghost of Death, or maybe it's just time to nuke Moscow. Well, yeah. Are you really secretly Arno? Hello, Ghosts of Death. How you doing? Glad to have you here. Yeah, I don't know what's triggered that. Okay. And invade Poland. Well, in time we will. Once we get to the. Well, we could do this, and we could do that. What is our current? 51%, which is helping our construction speed. Plus, but I'm playing Road to 56. Oh, it's been a while since I played that mod. Check supply. Okay. You're talking about here or yeah, it's been a long time since I played Road to 56. I should probably check that out again. Current supply of what you're talking here. I don't know. Okay, we've got Austria. Sudetenland, we need to have more divisions around, manpower, so we got to continue to spam out more divisions. So that'll be a little ways away. We've got Pact of Steel. We're researching that. Bloomberg-Fritsch affair, we may put that off just a little bit more. Aeronautical funding. Yeah, we could do that. Where it shows supply 2%. Oh, up here. Okay, logistics fulfillment needed. Supply. Stockpiles. I don't see anything about trucks there. Trains, yes. We could use some more trains. The top of the bar. Supply hub division. I think a supply hub. Oh, that could be. Did I somehow do that? Using trucks. Okay, well this one's 250 trucks. Yeah, this one's huge amounts of trucks. So, capital supply hub here. They all want huge amounts of trucks. Yeah, trucks needed. So how do I turn that off? Okay, shift click to toggle motorization. Unmotorize. Okay. Okay, we're okay, so when I click here, okay, motorization level. Well, it says horses. Is it because of the Austria thing? Or maybe down here? No? Now it says I need 9,000. All these are... well, needing huge amounts of trucks. Changing the motorization level. Is there... did I somehow do it, or did something else affect... theater supply? Again, we're doing that. Perhaps an army has motorization priority. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Thank you. Okay, so that's how dangerous this is. I think it was just that one division that I had motorized supply priorities, even though it's up there. Okay, now we're back down to 1,000. Well, that's still a bunch, but not as wacky. So that one division. Okay. Oh, well, okay. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll put the squeeze on them. I think it's maybe irrelevant, but we'll do that. All right, so we're continuing to build some more fuel silos. We got one there. let's build one there. Well, that motorizing one division here, core 10,000. That okay. Okay, now we're down to, because obviously we're pumping that out, and yeah, that's fine because I mean, because we are trying to get, you know, an armored division there, a motorized division there. Okay, oh, we want to come here. We want to go up to JU-87B2, the Stuka, or one particular model of the Stuka. All right, so we've got that in production. Now we need more rubber. Okay, well, we've got a lot of our capability. Well, let's look here now. We are in 38. Let's come over here. We could do that, but it's fairly ahead of time. This is, but it's more reasonable to do now. Resource gain efficiency, which would be nice, and construction speed. Yeah, that's probably the one we'll do, even though it's rather ahead. But let's see here. We will look. Yeah, I think the Netherlands would be a good idea for trying to get some more rubber in. Now, aluminum, we probably can't. Well, we could react aluminum smelter. Good. That might get us enough aluminum. Now, tungsten. Eating up some of our Portugal. Oh, Sweden isn't giving us what they should be. So, let's stop that and let's get one factory from Portugal. That will hopefully, well, that, I don't know. Okay, now let's do the airborne. You need 50 mils before Barbarossa, or 500 mils, I should say, 500 mils. Steel or military, these, yeah, military factories, yes. Hello, Sebastian, how you doing? Good to have you here. I have the SS so I can kick down the Maginot Line like a, oh, okay. I mean, that's with Road to 56, yeah. See, blame paradox, okay, yeah, blame paradox. We can just blame paradox. How many factories do I currently have? Need 500 military factories is what you're saying? Okay, well, right now I've got 158. Oh, good. I'm sure we'll get, now we'll get a bunch with Czechoslovakia in places, but all right. Why didn't that get me enough? It expanded some. Okay, well, there we go. All right, so we have enough resources for our current building projects, or military, you know, production. So okay, we'll get these civilian ones completed here before we start switching over. Well, we've got steel mills. Continue autarky. Okay, well there's 4 more. And it's not a lot, I know, but still. Okay, basic of it. Gain stability support here, 21 days, IG Farben. Now let's do this, because we're getting to where we're going to need more research. So let's do the research. Okay, how are we doing back here? I've sort of been ignoring my armored division. Let's attack. Rommel attack. We've got air superiority. Maybe we'll get some nationalists to join in. Right. Yeah, let's just snap. Now we could change, but I'm going to wait to get those civilian factories before changing over done, because this will be the last hurrah of Helmarschacht for the constructions, because that reduces, so it'll be a 20% swing from positive for building civilian factories to negative. Worsening economy, yeah. Well, okay, well, I disagree with that. Not in the time frame that we're talking about. Let's give Dietel these additional mountain divisions so that we have a mountain core, as it were. Italy abandons the naval treaty. September 39. That's a long time off. Wow. Okay. Well, okay, medium tank chassis, medium tank, well, modern tank chassis now. Okay, yeah, let's go with Daimler. Okay, Peenemünde Research Center. Werner von Braun is making rockets, researching rockets, however you want to say that. He's sort of doing both. Eventually into real production, but at first it's, yeah, this is one that's worth doing. Research. God is powerful and fortune is changeable. Szymon Strzelецki to Charles X Gustav. Okay. Sorry, I'm butchering the names. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we're going to have those coming up soon. Yeah, let's do this now. All right, let's create another core here of the Austrian units that were... No, join this core. There we go. There we go, and I think Rendalik is new. We should get a bunch of, I don't know how well it works, but get a bunch of Austrian generals coming into the German army here. Hoppner, pause, okay. Well, yeah, we can do Reich now. You can go to Diedel's command. Hello, Holiday Punch. It never happened if you didn't at least have 5 million power on Rise of Kingdoms, but once you didn't use the Vikings in there. I don't quite understand that, Holiday Punch. Sorry, I don't play Rise of Kingdoms. Guys, any tips for fighting in North Africa? I've already lost manpower fighting Vichy France as US. Okay, supply. Supply. I don't know that it's a waste of time, but you're probably putting too many forces for the Americans, and they're probably, I'm just guessing here, they probably just don't have enough supply going on. Lose all of North Africa if you don't. Yeah. Let the Italians deal with it. They can hold out long enough. So, when I was playing recently in Hearts of Iron 3, I know it's a different game, but Britain was having huge supply problems. So when I was trying to put American forces to help the British out, they were being choked for lack of supplies. So, but when again, this is with Hearts of Iron 3, I know. When I did an American invasion and got, Morocco to be occupied by America, I was able to send in supplies, make sure you have enough ships sending in supplies. And with this game, make sure you supply hubs here, control the supply hubs, which you will see here and these other places here to supply your forces. And if you're coming in here, make sure you can get supply through the, Straits of Gibraltar and into Algiers. And coming in this way. So supplies coming in, supply hubs to do that. That's, I guess, my best advice to you. And make sure you don't have too many forces eating the supplies. Well, or you could try invading, instead of going I'm strategically, Suzo. I study Sun Tzu, and I like the indirect approach. So instead of pushing straight for Germany, try to take out some of these do an invasion, take out some of these Italian islands, maybe invade Crete or something, which will get you make sure you get a port, make sure you're running supplies to the port, with ships. And if there's, submarines that are killing your convoys or something, have air power going after the submarines to reduce that, and so that you're now hitting in different areas. Spain and Portugal create a Latin bloc, and you can conquer them if you go ahistorically. Yeah, you can. I normally don't like to go that. I'll try to port upgrades. Yeah, thinning the front lines out, which may mean for a while go defensive. Because I don't know how strong the Vichy France is. A good game or mod or whatever should have, once Americans show up, should have Vichy France immediately surrendering to you, just because that's historical. Because they just don't have the will to fight. They don't have the want to fight. Whatever you want to say. I could get into more of that in detail, but I would say, just basically they shouldn't be too much strategically decided to push one last time into the Soviets and get Moscow and let my supplies reach me. That didn't end well since the Soviets got prepared. Yeah. I'm going to get nukes soon. Yes. Nuke them all. Even though I already held Leningrad and Stalingrad. Yeah, well, I really want to play a good game, and hopefully this will be with an Eastern Front game with the new railway mechanic. I have not, quite honestly, played a proper German game. Yeah, I don't, if that's just a standard game, that's wrong in my opinion. Wrong. So, yeah, that's all I can say. The French barely fought. They did fight against the British in when they come into Syria, which was Vichy held. I mean, they fought battles until it was clearly, oh, hey, yeah, the other side's going to win. Well, we give up, or retreat. So, as soon as, and there were casualties on both sides. So it was, a real, battle. But once it was clear, one side or the other, which was normally the British, were going to win, the Vichy would give up. Same when Britain invades Madagascar, they come in and it's mostly just in the north where the battles are. They come in, invade, and because they're worried about, and there was talk about it, but no real action. Worried about Japan openly or secretly stationing submarines here. So Britain invades, and they'd already the Vichy France had already sent 12 R-35 tanks down, post the surrender, and reinforced the Vichy forces down here. And so there were some real battles or real skirmishes, but as soon as it was clear one side was winning, a particular battle, either the Vichy would withdraw or they would surrender. That's just how it was going. And the reason they were worried openly or covertly is because Japan had occupied, in French Indochina without resistance. So, and now once the Americans fight, yeah, there's some real sort of battle or skirmish, however you want to say it, mostly around, Morocco, less around, the Algiers landings. But once they did that, Vichy just gives up, and particularly because once that happens, Germany occupies the rest of unoccupied France. So there's no point in being Vichy France anymore. Well, we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, of course, please hit the like button. We'll lick the like button and smash the subscribe button. Okay, I want to play one more episode here, but we want to save the game just in case something goes wrong. And let's see what the chat is saying. Okay, they tried against it, ran into my pack, but now they're holding. Get a bit overwhelmed once World War II kicks off. That's why I'm trying to lean towards minor playthroughs next. Sure, or just, play slowly, so you don't get too overwhelmed. D-Day comes, since it's night now, and have three lines of defenses near the rivers. Told the Soviets, whoever is afraid to make a mistake will never make history. Andre Malu, right? Yes. Okay. Well, I'm not going anywhere just yet, Niagara. I'm going to play one more episode here. Now I'm watching Manchuria get invaded by China. Then Japan is going to lose. Well, yeah. But maybe you're going somewhere, Niagara. But I'm going to continue here. So. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. The world is not yet ablaze. There's some small fires burning in Spain. And over here in China, we have this what is this called here? Provisional Government of the ROC. Okay, yeah, there was the sort of puppet state and whatnot. And Japan is doing pretty well for 1938, pushing into there now. So they're doing well. There, like I say, some fires burning, but the world is not yet totally ablaze. We do have the armored division here. Yeah, we can join the attack into Barcelona. But hey, if you're new here, please smash the subscribe button, and everyone, they can lick the like button. It's very tasty. Trust me, it is. And of course, I loved hearing your comments, so please post them. Oh no, I don't. I just want this division here. Okay, this is a worthless unit. Now, the Schnell division that Austria had, well, I'm not going to say it was, I don't know, there may be, well, I thought it was entirely motorized, but I don't know. And, they had something like 24 tanks. Most of them were the Italian CV-33s. I don't know what happened to them. Whether Germany gave them to Italy. I've only seen post-surrender Italian CVs being used by German forces, and then again, those are not the army that I've seen them being used by, but like Organization Todt and other sorts of German occupation forces, sort of for internal security. So I don't know what happened to the CV-33s that Austria had. Now, they had pulled the Italian machine guns out and put in other machine guns, so I don't know what they did. But see, if we were to go to this, we don't have the trucks available, but we have just about everything else here. So yeah, let's do that. So now we have a division here. Like I said, we won't have the trucks, but we'll have just about everything else. So now this actually becomes a useful division that, well, I'll just recruit. I don't know, did it go worse than that? Okay. Let's see, what's your Manchuria? Let's see, what did Holiday Punch say? Oh, right, they invaded my port near where the Polish border used to be, and now I'm just trying to, okay. Happy is a nation whose history is boring. Yes, very true. That's why I like European history better than American history, because most of American history is what I would consider boring. But hey, I like living in the country of the boring history. Let's see. Bloomberg Fritsch affair. Our two most senior Army officers have been exposed for indecent actions. We have no choice but to force them to resign and hire new staff to replace them. This has the added benefit of allowing us to gain complete control over the Army by appointing loyal generals. Okay, that's von Bloomberg, that's Fritsch, that is von Rundstedt. Those are the three officers pictured there. I think the Horschbach Memorandum comes after this time period. But these two gentlemen here have a lot of prestige within the Army. A lot. Bloomberg is basically a holdover as head of the armed forces, basically effectively the defense minister. Now, like I said, they've made the choice of not having a defense minister or minister of war, or whatever you want to call him here. And for the military staff, because we just lost chiefs of the Army, they don't have a replacement. So you don't have the head of the armed forces officers, which are often the Army for most countries, at least for Germany here. You do have the heads of the Army, which are different than the heads of the armed forces. So I question some of their, if you're going to do that, well, I would then throw not just Bloomberg, but Keitel and others. Because, Brauhitsch does replace Fritsch here, but basically it's Keitel who replaces Bloomberg as head of the armed forces. But this really here secures heavily the high command for Hitler and loyalty, like I was saying. Now, for indecent actions. Well, okay. In the Weimar Republic, in the Weimar government, prostitution is legal so long as you're a registered prostitute. Well, Bloomberg is an older gentleman, not terribly old, but older gentleman who's single. Just a few weeks I don't know the real date of when this happened, but a few weeks before this big thing blows up, he gets married to a younger woman. A lot of senior Nazis, and I think even Hitler's at the wedding. I'm not absolutely sure that Hitler was there, but a lot of the senior Nazis are there. It's, a big sort of wedding. Well, boy, I'm fuzzy right now. I think it was Himmler or whatever digs up the records that briefly, for a few months or whatever, Bloomberg's new wife, this is back during the Weimar Republic, so before 1933, was a prostitute. And this is used to, this is secret. This doesn't get out into the public. But this is brought to him to get him to resign, because all the old traditional officers might not like that he's marrying hello, Michael Tiegelhoff, how you doing? And so he's sort of, shamed into resigning. Now, Fritsch is his clear replacement, moving from the chief of the army to head of the armed forces. He is also very popular with the Army officer corps, and thought of as a very good, very efficient, both are thought as very efficient military leaders. Now, how they would have done with World War II, I don't know. You can't know. Now, to get rid of Fritsch, and this is also at basically the same time, this definitely is coming from Himmler, is that they have records of arresting a Fritsch with the same name for soliciting gay prostitutes or some such thing. And I forget exactly why it's an arrest. Not because again, prostitution is legal or whatnot, but it was a gay prostitution thing and had been arrested. Now, if you look at the details of it, the guy had the same name, but there's some description elements, I think particularly age, that it's not him. But this was enough evidence that, because there wasn't photos or of whoever, but the names exactly matched. And so he was threatened that he would be thrown out. He would be publicly charged with this and thrown out of the army publicly if he doesn't resign. So both of these guys resigned, and it's sort of, and which there is some negative consequences to this disrupting of national unity, I believe it is. So, yeah, we're going to lose or have lost one element of this, but should be coming. So this is what happens. It's really it probably would never have come out that Bloomberg's wife was a former prostitute. He goes into retirement, has a nice sort of peaceful retirement. Fritsch also similarly. But that's sort of the way it goes. Now we can form the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht. Convict never grows up. Never grows up the gallows. Okay. Wehrmacht coup. Yeah, it's very much a coup in the Wehrmacht. Hitler, as I've talked about, over time, Hitler's regime, Hitler's control of power steadily increases. Hitler feels very, very unsafe in power for a lot of the time. It isn't until, I think it's 1936, that conscription is properly reintroduced for the German army. It is only then that he starts to feel comfortable, because he knows hundreds of thousands of SA men are finally being drafted into the army. So before that, you have this small, though it's growing under the National Socialist regime, even before Hitler comes to power, they're secretly over the 100,000 man limit, or whatever the exact limit is for the army. They're already over it. Part of it is, just hiding sizes of reserve units. Here's this reserve platoon. Well, maybe it's, actually the size of a company or something like that. Reserve units and other things. So they're hiding the size of the army, but they're still sort of being careful before, and even before the Nazis come in power. They're doing secret tank test trials deep inside the Soviet Union and other things like that. So they're scamming the system even before the Nazis are in power. But once the Nazis get into power, this becomes very much official policy, not publicly stated maybe, but official policy of going over the limits. So they're growing the army, but I believe it's 36 is when they finally put in conscription. So all the SA men the young ones are getting conscripted into the army, and Hitler considers them loyal and believes that they're going to disobey orders to do a coup against the Nazi regime. Hitler is not secure in power, by my estimation, until he takes Paris. And if you look at the Victory Parade film footage that I've seen in Berlin in 1940, when they're celebrating the taking of Paris, and you look at the field marshal ceremonies in which he creates the big slew of field marshals after, you know, France is defeated, and makes Goering Reich Marshal. No longer just Air Marshal. Prior to that, he was Air Marshal, meaning the guy in charge of the Air Force. Now he becomes Reich Marshal. The top leader, military leader in Germany is Goering. Real sort of, I guess, Hitler is, but he's the guy right below it. So the line of military succession is, succession and command is Hitler, then Goering, then everybody else, you know, the different branches of the army. So in essence, sort of only at that point in 1940 does Hitler sort of become the new Bloomberg, if you will. But and he does this, and this, he's also the line of succession for the state, and this is at the time in 1940 that it pushes Rudolf Hess out from being, you know, he's still deputy Fuhrer, but before, when he was deputy Fuhrer, he's in line, he's basically second in line of succession. So if one of the assassination attempts, you know, succeeds against Hitler, then it's Rudolf Hess, who's very popular within the Nazi Party, at least by not so much the party officials, but he's very, because he's sort of the guy running around being the bad guy within party leadership. But he's very, very popular with the people. He is the main guy that for all the major speeches, he comes out and gives sort of a warm-up speech and an introductory to when Hitler's speaking. So we don't normally see much of that today, but he very much was sort of, you know, the warm-up act for Hitler, and is very popular. And for the general populace, not so much internal power structures within the NSDAP, but to the populace, he's just a, you know, all-around good guy. Everybody, you know, likes good old Hess. But it's Goering that sort of supplants him at that point. And then, of course, you later get his flight to Britain to try to regain relevance, I would say. What's Sebastian saying? The wise nations pushes its fools, the foolish, the wise. Okay. Well, punishes the fools, the foolish, the wise. Okay. Yes. That sounds something out of Socrates, but I don't know the quote. Where it comes from, yeah, it would have been successful if they hadn't been moved meeting to the bunker in another room. Yes. The attempt, that one bombing attempt. Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, going back up the screen. Yeah. There's like 40 some assassination attempts against Hitler. And this is what, you know, they're worried about. And once it becomes clear that it's a, you know, the war is the thing, you know, we're going to continue with the war with Britain, Hitler is worried about being assassinated and is trying to establish loyalties within the army, like, hey, we've just given you all you generals these nice new field marshalships, and hey, Goering's in charge now, you know, and he's the line of successor. So that's very much what he's worrying. So because there are plots that continue. Yeah, Stauffenberg probably would have killed Hitler, though it's too late by that point. But would have probably killed Hitler if it had been in the bunker, where it would be a contained explosion with a different desk. I do want to play this mod, but I'm missing 2 of the required DLC. Well, Holiday Punch, yeah. I guess look for when they're on sale. Did Hess really go to UK to sue for peace? Well, he thought there were several organizations in Britain, including the Right Circle is one of them, and also, of course, the BFU, the British Union of Fascists under Oswald Mosley, but he had already been locked up in prison basically at the start of the war, and most of the BFU members had been locked up. The Duke of Hamilton was a member of the Right Circle. The Right Circle is sort of a right-wing elitist club, shall we say, that had Nazi sympathies, but more of a Nazi sympathies, I would say, internationally, meaning, well, the Nazis, again, they would say, well, the Nazis are much better than the communists, so, that's how they would see it. But they weren't, maybe as Hess and the Germans thought, as a wanting to overthrow the current German or current British government and being allies with Germany. There is a massive misperception of what's going on in Britain. He thought there were people that would be willing to overthrow Churchill, and maybe just through pushing through the House of Lords and the House of Commons what's it called? No confidence vote. Try just to bring down the not necessarily like guys with guns running in and storming the building. Play, please. Yes, you're right, Paul. But trying to bring down his government and then try to organize up maybe not so much sue for peace, but a negotiated peace. Well, Hess takes off at night. No, he's not shot down. Hess takes off at night in a BF-110. He needs to fly up to Scotland. He knows where the estate of the Duke of Hamilton is. It's sort of in this area. He flies at night. He's a pilot, but this is, again, at night. And, we'll do this. This is going pretty quickly here. Flies at night, navigates, in this basically commandeered plane, flies up here, gets close enough, and again, everything's like blacked out because of the bombing, So he navigates over, and he literally, to get out of the airplane, he's wearing a parachute. He rolls the plane upside down. Well, he's already opened, the canopy, rolls the plane upside down, and, unhooks his seatbelt and falls out of the airplane, and then pulls his parachute and gently lands on and is captured by a local farmer. And yes, his plane then crashes. So actually, as a daring feat of piloting and parachuting and whatnot, it was a quite remarkable thing. So he doesn't even try to land because it's nighttime, it's dark, and Britain is basically in a state of blackout, and it's just out in the countryside. There's no way to find a large enough field to land in, so it's clearly a one-way mission. So he flips upside down. Now the Duke of Hamilton is not at that time in residence at his estate, and his local tenants, shall we say, aren't people that are going to somehow, hide Rudolf Hess to get him to the Duke of Hamilton or some nonsense like that. So they turn him over to the police and whatnot. So it's a pretty daring do of a secret mission, if you will. Crazy, but and he's successful until he has to sort of talk to a farmer, and he speaks English. Hess speaks English. Hess is born in Alexandria, Egypt, and raised there as a young kid in sort of the English exile or English colonial community. Yeah, and captures him. Well, I mean, basically it's, Hess is alone in Scotland, in the countryside, wanting to meet with the Duke of Hamilton. So he's like, hey, can you take me to, Duke of Hamilton? So it's, and sort of I got a pitchfork and you stay right where you are and don't that. How many war crimes did Hess commit since he was in prison for so long until his suicide? I think they actually gave Hess a drink and such. Well, yeah, I don't know about the suicide situation. Hess, I think by the end had lost his mind. You know, by the end of the his imprisonment. Well, you had Kristallnacht. Now, whether you want to consider it a war crime or just crimes against humanity, you had Kristallnacht happening in 1938. You had they judged simply invading of Poland to be aggressive criminal acts of war. And he obviously was the deputy Fuhrer for the invasion of Poland. And there are war crimes. I mean, because he was a member of the regime and supports the actions of the regime, and they were doing mass executions in Poland in 1939, 1940. So there are definitely war crimes, probably tens of thousands of Polish people, not just Jews, but Polish people are murdered, not just fighting in combat, but are lined up and murdered. So, there's all of those that we can point to. Now, again, Hess may not be the one ordering them. Hess may not even be overly aware that they're happening, but he is giving his aid and comfort, like I say, being a spokesman for Hitler and the National Socialist regime. So I would say he is definitely a war criminal under those things. People in America think there were Africans in the 9th century Denmark. Oh, well, I don't know. Now, I don't know what you're talking about specifically, Sebastian. Now, the Vikings did take slaves, but my understanding, most of the slaves were like Anglo-Saxons and Celts and Franks and, whatever you want to call a Spaniard at the time, or Russians or whatever. And yes, there were Vikings that did make it down into the Mediterranean, but I don't know how many sub-Saharan Africans they would have had. I mean, there's some dark-skinned people here that, that predate the Arab conquest that are still around, but they're different. They're dark-skinned, but they're not like what we would normally think of Africans. Goering was treated so nice by his captors in 1945. I don't know that he was treated so nice. We didn't brutalize, the British or the Americans didn't beat up or brutalize our prisoners. We fed them well, the leadership. We gave them a cot to sleep on. I don't know how comfortable bed it was, but it wasn't like a wooden plank that the Soviets might have, or have them sleep on the floor or something. At least for we're not talking large. There was starvation going on in some American prisoner of war camps because they just weren't feeding the prisoners enough, and it got corrected, but calorie count was way too down for some of the stuff, and it was more of a thought, well, we'll just give them the minimum calories, but it was under what they should have. So but for the leadership, it wasn't that. But most pilots were killed on the spot by British civilians. Oh no. Oh yeah, well, they were very surprised how Joseph Mengele got away with everything he had done. Well, you can look at the rat lines and the escape lines that people got out. But, that wasn't immediate priorities in getting it. Well, 45. Well, I mean, I don't know who exactly you're talking about. I'm sure some of them died in 45 because they were being shot down. But a lot of the British, they captured a fair number of German downed pilots and air crews. I mean, also the bomber crews. No, the British people weren't particularly rough on them. I've seen a lot of photos in a train station with 3 or 4 you know, like home guard or some sort of, you know, guys in uniforms with some sort of rifles standing there with a couple of Germans, you know, Luftwaffe uniforms with civilians moving around the train station. You know, they're just, you know, getting them to where, you know, wherever, using the transport, you know, they're under guard. And yeah, they're just, you know, they've been shot down and bailed out or crash landed or whatever. Now you have like Ernst Udet, and I think it's either 43 or 44. I forget the dates. I'm not good on dates, people. He commits suicide at his desk. Ernst Udet. He's one of the sort of organizational leaders of the Luftwaffe. And they're going to hold a big funeral for him. And Mulders, one of the high Luftwaffe aces, over 100 kills, is coming back for his funeral, riding in an airplane, you know, not as the pilot, but riding an airplane. And that airplane crashes and he dies. So Udet's funeral takes out Mulders and whatnot. Okay. Burn the Naval Treaty, Plan Z, cooperation, 21 days. Form the Waffen-SS. Those we don't need. We don't need the Reichskommissariats. We still, how close are we to getting that? Okay, 18 days, but that means we can do something else in the meantime. Some heavy fighter models we could put in research, construction, that would be good. Military factories, let's do Continental Army. Exclamation mark troops designation in the theaters. Oh, no orders. Because I'm not like drawing battle plans for them and giving them orders. So that's why they all have them. So I don't play using them, so they have the red exclamation marks there. I'm just used to it. Otto Keitel was his name. I think he was force highest. Okay, with aerial victories. Yeah, I don't know him. I don't know Otto Kittel. Refighters, air. Yeah, we'll see about getting some 110s in production for interception purposes. There's just so many interesting stories of World War II I'm fascinated by. You know, like the Goering, or not Goering, Hess flight into Britain, that, you know, that and other events like that. Well, let's do it this way. Rommel's Gold. I don't know the Rommel's Gold story, so that would be new to me. Heard about the Norwegian gold. But I'm guessing that is something different because it's in Norway and Rommel never fought or was associated with the Norwegian campaign. Computing machines, great. That will help us with all future research. Yeah, that will be for once we get the heavy fighter versions going. Naval bombers, I like naval bombers, but we've got the patrol aircraft. I don't know that we need to go beyond the Ju-52. Not that we won't, but I don't know that I need to particularly quickly. Do I want to worry about better destroyers? Maybe not so much, because I'm going to try to avoid some of just the idea of combat too much. Machine gun, Marines. We're probably going to skip Marines. I don't know what I should do back here and get this guy researched up, or yeah, maybe we should push ahead and get some of these guys going earlier. Okay, it was a cache mainly comprising gold ingots and believed to be worth millions of pounds. It was called Rommel's Gold, which just disappeared. Okay, well, you know, like I say, I've not particularly heard that one, but I don't know. But I think we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank you all. I think we're also going to end the live stream here. I will be back tomorrow playing War Thunder. You guys can all join me, either just watching or actually play as out there. So we will be playing. So you can join that, and of course we'll be back next Saturday for more Hearts of Iron. I want to thank Holiday Punch, Lone Wanderer, Paul, scrolling back up the chat, Souza, or however you pronounce that. Sorry, this is sort of wandering around. Sebastian, Michael, and of course Arno, who's here, I presume still as moderator, though he hasn't said anything recently. And everybody else, I want to. Oh, and I can also thank my supporters over on Patreon: Tim, Strongarm, Niagara, Timothy, Sertoyjet, Gary, and the Hoffmanator, for your support over on Patreon, like I say. But everybody else, I just want to thank you so much for watching the videos, for hitting that like button, posting comments. That really does help feed the algorithm. So thank you all. I will be back tomorrow. And oh, hello, YOLO. Thank you also for being here. So so thanks everybody for hanging out with me. See you all tomorrow.